Welcome to our annual Best of EVO for 2024. You can find more information on EVO on our wiki, EVO sessions, pbworks.com, or on the Best of EVO program. Our next session is mentoring teacher research. We do not want to take time away from the presentation, so let's start with Seydan, the lead moderator. Please start sharing your screen.
Okay, you can see my screen.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, I will start the slideshow. All right, welcome everyone. I am the lead moderator of mentoring teacher research. And I would like to thank you for giving us this opportunity to share our outcomes and future endeavors. I will start by introducing myself and my team. I am Sedan Herhalde Mirtuyan from Turkey. I work as a teacher educator at Çay University, and I have mentored EFL teachers in professional development contexts and during practicums. I have been lead moderating this team for 2 years. My colleague Ana Garcia Stone is a teacher and teacher educator based in Madrid. She has over 30 years of experience in ELT, and her main interest is teacher-led CPD and including classroom research. Our colleague Ravi Narayan Chakrodi is a professor at Regional Institute of English, South in India, Bangalore, has an experience of more than 18 years in ESL teacher training. And Mariana Serra is a licentiate in English who works at the University of Buenos Aires. She's part of the International Mentoring Teacher Research Community and its organizing committee. And finally, our founder, Richard Smith, Professor Richard Smith from Warwick University, has worked as a teacher educator for almost 25 years. He has published widely and has worked with teachers from various contexts. Okay, I will start introducing our session design. Actually, we had 5 online meetings, and the goals of our 5-week program were mainly to build a community, a worldwide community of teacher research mentors, and develop participants' knowledge and skills in the area of teacher research mentoring, engage them in an experience of peer coaching as a basis for developing their mentoring skills, and guiding them to create a plan to mentor teachers who will research their own classrooms. Each week, we dealt with different aspects for peer coaching with regards to enhancement mentoring approach for teacher research. And we mainly based our practice on Professor Richard Smith's open access book, Mentoring Teacher Research to their classrooms. Okay, our session was basically organized under 5 weeks, but we had a week 0, and in that one we opened up a space for our participants to get to know each other and share their hopes and expectations for this EVO session. We also shared some resources and readings to get them to prepare for our week 1. And starting with week 1, we organized them into peers and get them to coach one another through enhancement mentoring approach. Along the way, we shared many research studies based on teacher research mentoring. We shared some videos regarding our input, and we also asked them to share their reflections on what they learn in the discussion forums. Finally, during week 4 and week 5, we get them to prepare for their future mentoring schemes and share their plans with us during the online meetings, let me say. During all the online meetings, we had some breakout room sessions, and then we had whole group discussions to wrap up what we have done. And Ravi will be talking about the format of each meeting. Ravi, are you there?
Yeah, thank you, Sadin.
Oh, okay, over to you, Ravi. Thank you.
My audio has been unmuted. Can I turn on the camera? If you permit me, I'll be able to, turn on my camera. You cannot start video because the host has stopped it.
Oh, really?
Right, so.
Yeah, I think Nelly, you can do that.
Yeah, you should be
I'm
able
not
to
able
do that,
do.
Ravi.
Okay, I can do it. Yeah, right.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
perfect.
All right. Thank you. And Sadin, thanks for the presentation. So this was a 5-week program, as you know. We used the Canvas page for each week. And we had several tasks and activities. For each week, we had suggested readings, mainly from chapters from Richard Smith's book on mentoring teacher research. So this is an open source book. So every week we used to give 2 to 3 chapters from this book. That was a main input. And then based on the book, participants had to post their comments in the discussion forum. And then in a few weeks, we also had videos as input material. And then they had to watch and post their comments in the discussion forum. And end of the week, we had a live session based on certain topics from this teacher research mentoring handbook. So in the first meeting, previous slide, please. So in the first meeting, peer coaching was introduced as an activity in breakout rooms. We also called it enhancement mentoring. This concept was introduced in the first week, and participants were divided into breakout rooms. They were interacting with each other in pairs. They met one another again during the coming weeks. And then participants were in breakout rooms for peer coaching in weeks 1 to 3. In weeks 4 and 5, they began sharing their mentoring plans with their colleagues. Around 30 minutes were devoted to breakout room dialogue each week. Yeah, next slide, Sadin, please. And coming to numbers, we had around 150 participants who have registered from around the world. Around 20 participants were very active. They attended almost all the online meetings, and 35 of them actively kept on completing tasks on Canvas. And attendees were from many different countries like India, Nepal, China, Spain, Egypt, Germany. I think you can read it from the slide. Rwanda, Turkey, Kenya, Algeria, Tunisia, Uzbekistan, Sierra Leone, Morocco, Ecuador, Indonesia, Ethiopia, Bangladesh, Wales, Russia, and the USA. And of course, UK as well. And we had a combination of teachers working in secondary schools, the primary schools, and also in universities. And so for some of them, mentoring was a part of their work. For others, it was an extra activity. And then we also gave certificates on completion of the assignments. There were 2 mandatory assignments. One was they had to submit a mentoring practice sheet. And then they also had to submit their mentoring plan. 29th February 2024 was the deadline. 17 participants submitted both and they were awarded certificates of completion. Some participants could not complete mentoring plans because of certain, they have registered in more than one EVO, and then because of some time issues and other things, they were not able to complete the program. That's it from my side. Over to Anna, please.
So much, Ravi. Anna, are you there?
Yes, hello, I'm here. I can't see myself, but I know I'm here. And Mariana's joining me too.
Yes, Anna. Hello, hello. Hello, everyone.
Hello. So we're going to talk a little bit about what we asked the participants to do, which was, as Ravi said, was to reflect on their peer mentoring experience, which was something they wrote. They didn't publish for everyone, but they wrote to us and we gave them feedback. And then we also asked them to write a mentoring plan. And the mentoring plan, we gave them a template which had each stage that we would expect to see in classroom-based research. We asked them to provide details, and we asked them to think about dates, and we asked them to think about methods of communication, which can be very important, and then recording. So they had the templates, they completed it, and then we asked them to post it on a Padlet, because it is a wonderful example of the fact that our participants were quite literally from all over the world. So we're going to talk about 2 or 3 mentoring plans specifically. So over to you, Mariana.
Thank you very much, Anna. And thank you very much, Sedan, for this invitation to be part of this wonderful team. And thank you very much, EVO organizing team, right? Thank you, Anna. Well, we have just picked up some examples of mentoring plans. In this case, I would be talking very, very briefly about Shashi's mentoring plan and Valentina's mentoring plan. Yes, Shashi, the context is India in Shashi's case, and she will start implementing her mentoring plan in June this year, and she will be that mentoring plan will be finishing in September 2024, and she will be working with 10 secondary school teachers. Yes. She will, in July, implement exploration stage, also the data analysis stage. Those teachers will be planning further explorations and action for change. In August, they are thinking of implementing further action and reflection. And in September, they will start preparing their posters for public presentation. In October, they are thinking about making their presentations and participating in different conferences, online conferences, and other national events. And they will write a report. All those teachers will be writing a report which will be published in the annual District Educational Magazine. In Valentina's case, the context is different because it's Germany, and she has already started implementing her mentoring plan. Yes, in this case, she is working with 3 teachers and about 100 students. Yes, and well, what about the difficulty these teachers had? These future teachers, language teachers, had problems with PDL exams. Okay, so they have started working on their research projects, and Valentina mentoring them. They are thinking about finishing the project in April 2025, and they are thinking about presenting their projects, research projects, and their findings during the following IATEFL conference in 2025, and they will be writing reports as well. Over to you, Anna.
Okay, thanks, Mariana. I don't think we have time to look at Maria's plan, but I just wanted to add that one of the challenges faced by our participants is that, of course, we were giving this course in January, February, and some of them may not be starting their school year until May. They may not have teachers yet. So we asked them to think about the kinds of teachers that they might mentor and how they might go about it. The other thing as well that was a little bit of a challenge from my point of view is asking the participants to write in a sufficient amount of detail in their mentoring plan, which would be more effective and helpful to them, in the future once they started actually implementing them. So thank you, Mariana, and we'll hand back over to Richard and Sedan.
Yes, thank you very much, Anna. Well, as you can see on our screen, I will be talking very, very briefly about the challenges we had. Yes, our participants actively participated during our synchronous sessions with them. But we had a bit of a challenge when we wanted and we motivated them to participate on Canvas. So as a team, we used to meet every single week on Thursdays, as well as being in touch by email to try to think about different strategies about how to encourage our participants to participate on Canvas, and we succeeded. We finally succeeded. Yes, also, as it says on the screen, okay, we worked really hard to sustain their interest till the end of our workshop. And about our successes, well, we achieved our goals. Our participants achieved their goals as well, because we got lots of mentoring plans, as Sedan and Ravi mentioned at the very beginning. Yes, and we had very, very interesting, very enriching dialogue, yes, with a very nice interaction. We are very, very happy, and we are very proud of having provided this workshop once again. Over to you, Sedan and Richard, and thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Mariana. Finally, we received some feedback from the participants from the survey we sent them to get feedback about our EVO session. The feedback were mainly on the overall organization of the workshop and outcome of our workshop as being a source of motivation for further research studies. The participants mainly praised our commitment in delivering this session and involving them within our community. And they also had some suggestions. Let's have a look at them. In our survey, we asked them to report on their engagement on our weekly tasks. And as you see in the diagram, they were mostly engaged to a great extent or to some extent in the weekly task, in the live sessions, in the recordings. I mean, they followed the recordings and they contributed in our discussion tasks or followed the readings and watched the videos, and involved in enhancement mentoring, peer coaching, dialogue. Another thing we found out was our participants, actually we received 23 responses, but based on the responses we received, we also found that our participants found our sessions useful. I mean, 73.9 and 21.7 shows that they found the session quite useful. And as for the feedback comments, they mostly told that this was an insightful experience, an insightful learning opportunity. They were happy to be a part of our community. They moved from a theoretical side. Now they felt more practicing mentoring skills in the field, and they enjoyed our friendly learning atmosphere. And we also asked them if there was one thing that could be changed about our EVO. 9 of them said they were content with what they got. They said that the course was elaborate, logically structured, covering everything from science to data analysis and publishing findings. And they found the 2 books we shared with them of great help. 2 of the participants reported that they didn't find our LMS Canvas not very user-friendly. We always had time concerns because we had many things to do and time was limited. And some of them complained that they didn't attend the lessons, the sessions, because every week we had the sessions, and they would be happier if we had 1 week, skipping 1 week and just moving on with the other week. There was an addition as a suggestion about sharing mentoring stories, inviting guest mentors, which was an important suggestion. I think we will take this into account next year. And most of them were really volunteers to be involved in doing exploratory action research mentoring throughout the session process. Again, we will consider this as a suggestion for our further sessions. Now over to you, Richard. Richard will be talking about how we look at to the future. Richard, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thanks, Seda.
Okay,
Can you go
perfect.
forward?
Thank you.
Just go through the whole thing. We just have a couple of minutes to say that we see this as a community, part of developing a community, really, the EVO. This is the 4th time that we've run the EVO on mentoring teacher research, and we follow up with monthly meetings of this mentoring support group, which we are now calling MentorNet. And I've just put that link, which I think you'll find a lot of good, interesting resources, which we're developing within this community, which EVO provides new members for. So we always want to introduce them to this community, which continues. So we're very interested in the sustainability of what we do. Another place is the Facebook group that we have that people can join, and you can join even if you weren't in the EVO. But the EVO participants hopefully are going to continue with us and maybe work towards this conference that you see. And people have mentioned the IATEFL conference. It's not the main IATEFL conference, it's a special conference that we are organizing with Research SIG of IATEFL to showcase teachers' research, practitioner research, in a very participant-centered way. You'll be able to find links to that. So let's go to the next slide. Just to say that we are announcing also that this year a special sort of festival of what we call Festival of Mentoring Teacher Research, and there'll be monthly webinars, not just support group meetings, showcasing many different mentoring initiatives that are happening around the world, mentoring of practitioner research. And to keep in touch with that, you could follow this Twitter or X handle. There's the Facebook group, and there's the same website that I put the link in for. So that's a special thing that's going to be happening over this coming year. And the EVO is definitely feeding into that and really helpful for that every year. So I think that's all I have to say. And we can welcome your questions and comments. Please go ahead and ask any questions or put them in the chat or whatever.
Yeah, there are 2 comments in the chat. One is from Motiram. It's interesting to hear a great deal of researching ideas and insights from the people having mentored by others and being mentored in the pursuit of fixing issues emerging, likely to be emerging in various fields. And another from Kenneth, I think the last one that you can also read. Hopefully they will be able to provide PDC. This will be an excellent addition to our collection as one of achievement and evidence.
What is PDC? Sorry.
Professional development, probably. I don't know. Kenneth, if you can explain in the chat. As one of our achievements and evidence of our continuous learning as educators.
I'm not sure what our certificate. Well, yeah, we do give a certificate. I think we explained that
certificate.
For those who write a report about what they've been doing, yeah, and a report about what they're going to be trying to achieve. So we want to continue to support them in their plans, and this is why we have the mentor support group going forward. The forms. What forms do you mean? They want us to show the forms again.
Shall I go back? Maybe mentoring plans.
Yeah.
Or perhaps the links.
You can go back, Sudden. Maybe links to our internet.
On the mentoring plans.
Oh, the plans.
Oh, right. The yes.
Okay, I can just click on one of them.
We provide a kind of template in which they can put their plans. And we go through
this
that.
Was the template we shared with them, and we asked them to complete.
Yeah.
And I should mention that the slides with links to everything are available on our conference website. And we actually need to start setting up for the next session to begin in 2 minutes. So if I may ask Larissa or Sedan, whoever is sharing, to go back, and we'll start with the overview of the web conference session. Larissa, if you could call that up again, please.
So
okay,
next session.
Thank you very much. This is all from us.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. It was very interesting.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sedan, and the whole
team. Thank you for this opportunity. We really appreciate your efforts.
Thank you so much.
Yes, and we are getting ready for the next session. So again, we'd like to welcome everyone who is participating in our event, the Best of EVO 2024. In the session program, we have the About EVO that you can read and find out more about EVO. And would like to invite the next session, Technology for Spoken English, to present their session. So without further ado, I'd like to ask the lead moderator, Sudashana, should be here, to start sharing.
Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you very much. I'm sharing my screen.
Thank you.
Is it visible to you now?
Can you make it full screen, Sudashana?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is it okay now?
Perfect.
Okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Nelly. Thank you very much to EVO team to give us the chance for our session. This is our session, Technology for Spoken English. This is our 4th year. We are with EVO from last 4 years. And this year also, we are conducting this session with EVO. Every year we get excellent responses from various participants from various countries. And we are 3 moderators here. The first lead moderator, our guide, our motivator is Dr. Nelly. Could you introduce yourself, please?
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure, and it's been a pleasure for the past 4 years to work with moderators from India, Sudhakar and Sudarshana, and to have participants from around the globe. A little bit about me, I've been teaching EFL in the K-12 in higher education for over 40 years, and I've applied computer-assisted language learning since 1993. I offer free professional development programs on Moodle for teachers throughout the year, and everyone's welcome. I try to combine learner autonomy and team peer-based learning with technology and mindfulness. I'm the co-chair of TESOL Call IS and on the EVO coordination team. Yeah, you'll have to click on that again. And I teach at a distance, fully online, at the International Hellenic University in Greece in an MSc program, immersive technologies, virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality. And EVO is the highlight of the year for me. I just love to be able to connect and learn from educators from around the globe. Thank you, Sudarshana.
Thank you very much. This is me, Sudarshana Shirude. I has been working as a primary teacher in Government School of Maharashtra in India since 20 years, and I have passed my master's degree in English. I also teaches science and maths to my students. I'm working as tech coordinator for TEJAS project run by British Council and Government of Maharashtra in India to facilitate the teachers for their CPD. I also work as MOOC coordinator for spoken English online course from Government of Maharashtra for government teachers. Recently, I has presented my exploratory action research with the previous team. So, thank you very much. Our next moderator is Sudhakar. Are you there? Could you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. I am Sudhakar Katare from Maharashtra. I am a primary teacher working in rural parts of Maharashtra, India. I have been teaching at primary level from last 17 years. I have worked with British Council in TEJAS project as a tag coordinator and MOOC coordinator. Both Sudarshana ma'am and we are primary teachers, and it's a great pleasure to learn with all the great and very experienced teachers from all over the world with this EVO platform. So thank you, EVO, for giving us this opportunity to present our course here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudhakar. Then this is our report card. Last 4 years, we get excellent responses from all over the world. Various participants from various countries learn here with us, and we also learn from them. They enroll for the session, learn through the session. We have 5-week session. We used Moodle for our asynchronous assignments, and we used Zoom for weekly synchronous meetings. So this year, 77 people from all over the world registered for our session. 12 of them started the session, and 7 of them completed all the weekly assignments and get certificate too. 44 badges earned by the participants for all 5-week session. I think overall the 27 countries, participants from 27 countries have enrolled this year for our session. This is the link for our session. Anytime you can go and get more information about the session. So these are the countries from where participants enroll for the session and enjoyed their learning. Algeria, Belarus, I think 27, near about 27 countries are there. Then there are a few criteria to earn the badges and certificates. Weekly criteria are there. There are some forums and some tasks, assignments, and each week the participant earn the badge only when he complete all the tasks and assignments for that week. So for week 1, 12 participants received their badges. For week 2, 10 participants received their badges. For week 3, 8 participants received the badges. Week 4, 7 participants have earned their badges, and in week 5 also 7 participants have earned their badges, and also they earned their certificate for completion too. So in this way, participants have enjoyed their learning and earned the badges too. Every year we upgrade our session by adding new tools, and this year also we added and introduced various new tools and apps including chat AI and book creator too. And we found excellent responses from our participants, and we learn a lot from them and with them also. Here are few selected responses are given. Over to you, Sudhakar sir.
Can you go on? Sorry, to the next slide.
Yes, I am here.
Yes, he is going with the responses. Thank you, Sudhakar.
Can you
so everybody wants to speak fluently in English, and our course Technology for Spoken English gives them opportunity to speak and use their English fluently with the help of technology. So here we have, though we have very less participants but they were very engaging. And in our session, we had 5 weeks. So each week, they shared their work with us. You can see in first week, they shared their introduction with the help of OKI and DID like tools. Then in the next week, they shared their feedback about the vocabulary practice. Then there are some tools like Duolingo, Memorize, this type of apps were there. So they share their feedback, and each week we have feedback session in our course. So they use these tools, they explore these tools and shared with each other about their experiences, and they also interact with each other. They give responses to each other, they reply each other on their feedbacks, and also learn from each other. As a moderator, I also enjoyed this, giving feedback to them and learning from them. So it's a great learning from them. Next slide, ma'am. So here is the reflection of one of our participants, and in each week we have this type of reflections. In week 3, they share their feedback about speaking and listening practice tools. They also share their feedback about the reflective practices. We shared them a document with them, and they read that document and shared why reflective practice is important for teacher. So it's nice to learn and read their reflections in that week 3. In week 2, they also made a Quizlet set, and it was very nice to learn about these vocabulary tools. Here you can see they share their feedback and reflection with the help of DID, OKI, and Speech Coach, which is a new tool which we have introduced in this year. So these are some tools they shared with us. And in week 4, yeah, they shared their Quizlet match, Quizlet set in week 2. They prepared this Quizlet set based on ESL vocabulary, where they have 75 different topics of conversations, and they choose one of them and prepared a Quizlet set. They also played a Quizlet match there and shared with us their best scores in reflections. In this way, they learn different vocabulary. They also used these tools in their classrooms with their students, and they share their practical experiences. Some of the tools are modifying each and every year, as we know that technology is improving every time, and they explore these tools and also share their experiences. So they when they share these experiences, they share their practical experiences here. So the next slide, ma'am. Yeah. So here you can see their Quizlet sets, then their reflective practices. They shared in documents, they shared their videos, and each week they shared this type of work. Next, ma'am. So these are some tools. In week 4, we have a storyboard, a story creation, an activity of story creation. So they create their story with the help of storyboard. You can see they created nice plots, and they choose characters. They give them dialogues and present that stories in feedback and reflection sessions. They also used read aloud for listening practice and reading practice. So it's a nice tool for speaking, listening, and reading. They used this tool in their classrooms and shared their experiences with us. They liked that storyboard very much because their students also enjoyed it. Next, ma'am. So this is the storyboard, and you can see a feedback here. Storyboard that is perfect for promoting collaboration. The ample customization options not only enable the student unleash their creativity, but also make storyboard an extremely versatile graphic organizer. So they used this tool with their students and give them chance to create some new stories. Next, ma'am. In the last week, they have a chance to create a curation wall, and with the help of that curation wall, they reflect on all the weeks from 1st to 5th in that curation wall and share that curation wall with us. So for next slides, over to you, Darshana ma'am.
Thank you very much, Sudhakar. These are a few reflections from our participants, and we both have learned a lot from our participants, from their responses and while responding them. So these are our reflections. Here are badges which we have given for our participants, 5-week badges, week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, and week 5. And also here a certificate for completion for our participants and certificate for excellence for our moderators also. Both certificates are given here. Here are some references given. So, as like all sessions, we have also some challenges. The main challenge was to sustain the interest and the number up to the last week. And our success is we learn a lot from our participants and enrich our CPD also. So thank you for taking the course and for enabling us to learn with and from you. Thank you. So now QA session is there.
Yeah, thanks, Sudarshana, Nelly, Sudharar for nice presentation. And I think we have just general comments and polls that Nelly is posting with all the ideas in the chat. You still have a few minutes. You can discuss those ideas, nice ideas that the participants commenting on.
I just want to say once again, thank you to all the participants, because you're the heroes of these sessions, because it's your active participation, and you were very active, that makes the moderators happy with your work. And there was a lot of work, and you managed to do it. I also want to say that you can there's a link there. You can open it now and go later to view the course. You won't be able to enroll in it. It's too late, of course, for that. But you'll be able to see the layout of the course, what it looks like, the activities. You won't be able to see any of the discussions, because that's due to privacy. Is not available to you, but you'll be able to see everything else. So you're invited to take a look and join us next year as we give this session once again in EVO 2025. So thank you.
Okay, thanks the team. Any questions are welcome. Use the chat. Post. We are having these kudos messages in the chat. Well done, the team.
Thank you.
May I unshare now?
No
Stop
questions
share.
in the chat. Yeah, you can stop sharing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a few minutes before we move to our next presentation.
Okay, I just also want to add that we'll be changing the tools next year, because tools change. Even though we added some AI tools to this year's session, hopefully we'll have some more next year, or whatever is coming up, because that's what EVO is about. It's about the latest tools that are available for teachers to try out with their students.
Thanks, Nelly. And welcome to this session next year. So can we move to next session?
Yes,
if
please.
we don't have any questions. Okay. So next session is
Thank you so much.
delivering. Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks. We have a few minutes. Can we start sharing the screen? Or we can start at...
Sudarshana, did you want to share something else? I wasn't sure whether you wanted to go on with sharing the site. Was that it?
Okay, we have 10 minutes before the next session. So we'll start at 10, right? That people who want to join, they may join at 10.
And in the chat, we have the overview of the session, the description, so people can read it there.
So we still have some time before the next session, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, we'll start at 10, but we can, I think, share the screen right now, but we can continue discussion. Oops.
I was going to ask Sudarshana if what she thinks about the most effective tool so far for spoken English, spoken language in her session.
Okay, we have a few minutes and we are scrolling our bios that you...
May I give answer of that question?
Sure.
Oh.
Yeah. So we have all the tools which are very nice for the different levels and different age groups. So we have Duolingo, which is for basic level. We have Lingbay, which is not suitable for the young learners, but it's very nice to interact with the people from all over the world. So it's for teenagers or for adults.
So Lingbay, you said Lingbay, what?
Yeah, Lingbay.
Lingbay, okay.
Yeah.
For young learners.
When we, for young learners, for adults, not for elementary level. For secondary and higher secondary level, it's very nice for adults.
Wonderful.
So, and some different tools like Flipgrid.
Flipgrid.
Yeah. So they can speak, they can practice. Oki is also very nice for listening different. As a teacher in rural areas, we don't get chance to listen English. So we can give them listening practice with the help of Oki. They can learn different accents with the help of Oki. They can listen. So in this way, all the tools are very good. We need to try them. Yeah.
I want to add one more thing to Sudhakar, that in our countries like India, English is a second language, and we teachers and our students do not get more chances to speak in English. We learn English as a subject only in our schools, so these tools are very beneficial to enrich our confidence as well as our fluency and accuracy to speak in English.
Yeah.
So we are enjoying this learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing. It's the same in Taipei, Taiwan as well. Yeah, thank you very much.
And I think there is lots of area in our world, like African countries or Asian countries, who want to learn English, like American people or UK people. Yeah.
Yes, learning English as a lingua franca. Thank you for sharing. We have 5 minutes till 10 o'clock for our next session on delivering best practices in distance and blended courses.
And Sudarshana and Suraha and Nelly, will you be offering this session again next year?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, we are
Sure, ma'am.
Next year.
Yeah. I had mentioned to you last year, I think, or maybe the year before, that based on my own experience with non-native speakers coming to the US, to learn English as a second language, teaching spoken English was one of the most difficult things. So I was really happy to see this course and the tools that you mentioned.
Yeah, and each year we have upgradation in our session also. So we are very happy to work with EVO also.
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
that's likewise, we are very happy that you're offering this session. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes,
As
thank you.
Nelly ma'am explained that we will come with new AI tools and new technology in next EVO 25.
Wonderful. Using the voice chat GPT function, right?
Yeah, she is our guide and motivator. So we are always there.
Hello all.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Nada,
Yes,
go
okay.
ahead. Yeah.
Hi. I wanted to share
Hello.
something. I wanted to share something with you. Can you hear me all?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, good. First, thank you for all your efforts. If you still remember, I had a comment last session about that I didn't know about you before, and it was an accident. Accidentally, I knew about your activities, workshops, and all of these things. So last time I enrolled in an online course about teacher agency. If you still remember, I talked about it. And I thank you for this very, very, very important concept that you raised in one of the online courses, because it triggered my mind about something which is not discussed that much before. And now I'm conducting my own research about teachers agency, the activation of teachers agency in the classroom, in the English language classroom. And I had 111 participants whom I sent the survey questionnaire, and they answered my questions about that, and it was really wonderful. I'm still working on it, but thank you so much again for really enlightening me about such an important idea and topic. Thank you again.
Thank you,
Thank
Nada,
you,
for
Nada.
sharing that, and thank you for being there. We hope to see you next year again, and please spread the word about EVO to your colleagues. Share it on a Facebook page if you have one, or by email. It's definitely word of mouth that is very important in
I
EVO.
will. Sure, I will.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So I think it's our time. Welcome to our next presentation, delivering best practices in distance and blended courses. So you can read the description in the chat. And please, the stage is yours.
Okay, so I'm Christine Bawa Ramazani, and I'm the lead moderator of this session, Delivering Best Practices in Distance and Blended Courses, or DBP, as we call it for short. This year, we offered a revised and updated version of last year's course and the year before, because teachers have continued to express an interest and a need, a great need, in having such a course in their own teaching and learning environment. My co-moderators this year included those from previous years, Sue Annan here. Next, Larissa Rose Bard, and you can read about Rose here. And next, Larissa Olisova, who has been kind enough to introduce the sessions and post the slides. Christine Sabier from Lebanon, who is unable to join us today, and Nagla Salim from Canada, from Toronto. So here we are. If you need to have our emails, they are listed on this slide. I think we have them again at the end. Okay, so here is the abstract. I'm not going to read it. You can read it yourself there, but I just want to highlight best practices, quality standards, designing and delivering a blended or distance course. And we gave examples, and at the end, participants showcased their work. The audience, we decided to have for intermediate learners of technology or intermediate teachers with intermediate level skills in technology so that they would be able to follow along and implement the tools that we were offering. We felt it was necessary to have some familiarity with an LMS and how an LMS functions. So here are also our session objectives. And as you can see, we highlighted tools for interaction, tools for collaboration, and all of that had to be put into a course, a Canvas course site that the teachers created themselves. And then they had to develop one whole module for a course that they actually teach. All of this had to be done according to best practices in technology and teaching in lesson design. In addition, quality standards had to be followed that we discussed and reflected on. The same goes for copyright guidelines to avoid plagiarism. And then the participants had to revise their course module based on the feedback that they got.
Our plan was actually to model best practices for teachers who needed help in setting up robust online lessons. We know that we've seen and joined into classes which haven't been robust, and we decided it was absolutely necessary. But we wanted them to create their own Canvas account, and so we had to incorporate the best practice ideas and make sure that we modeled it to the best of our ability so that it would encourage our participants to do the same. Next slide. We had 15 active participants. Now, we haven't given you the numbers who signed up, although there were quite a few, but I don't think any of them joined in. And 3 of our participants returned from previous years. But our participants came from a variety of countries. And we have a little map here, which gives you an idea that quite a lot of them actually came from Europe. Some came from Africa, India, around about there, and others were from the Americas, which meant Paraguay, United States, and Venezuela. So we had a couple from India and a couple from Russia, but one of our Indians was actually in America at the time, which made life interesting. Next slide. And this was our program. We had to put in a registration week. And then we had week 1 was finding the way around the Canvas platform for those who'd never done it before and reading about best practice. Week 2, we introduced the preparing a Canvas site with one module with a tasks and assignments page, which wasn't that easy for some of them. And then week 3, we looked at interaction patterns where the TPAC model was new to many of them. And we looked at digital citizenship and copyright. In week 4, the TPAC model came into its own again. We used it to look at collaboration this time. And in week 5, we had them showcase their Canvas models on Flip, which was excellent. Moving on.
All right, thank you, Sue. This year we introduced office hours as a way to help participants who needed one-on-one support with their course modules. I apologize, my dry throat, I'm fasting, so I can't drink water. So please excuse me. Okay, so we wanted to provide one-on-one help with their course modules, whether it was technological support or for pedagogical considerations. The reason we initiated office hours is that we felt that need for individual help, which we saw that need in previous years, and we thought that that would really fill that gap. So several participants signed up for help for moderators who were in the same time zone or on their side of the world. And a lot of participants actually expressed their appreciation for this personalized support that directly responded to their individual needs.
Okay, and this is me again. So I wanted to show you a little bit about how we went from theory to practice in the course, and which theories and which research informed our course design on best practices in distance and blended courses. So here's probably the most important theory was the social learning theory. And you can read about it a little bit more there. So we combined behaviorist and constructionist approaches to learning when we structured the delivery of our course. We modeled best practices by scaffolding the tasks and assignments that all involve social learning approaches, and you will be seeing examples of those. So, for example, the participants engaged with theory and practice. They interacted with their peers. They interacted with their moderators. They collaborated and reflected on their projects. They mapped out best practices to deliver the technology in their own courses. And then they planned how their students would learn more effectively by applying best practices for the delivery of content. Next, please. To help the participants scaffold their lessons for the course module, and to keep in mind the content learning as well as lesson planning, designing a lesson plan, we relied on Bloom's taxonomy. And all of you are probably familiar with that. So in order to write specific and measurable objectives, you need to have action verbs, which come from Bloom's theory. We also use the digital taxonomy with digital tools to help with the action verbs and the activities. And all of those represented the movement from lower order to higher order thinking skills. Next. Here's another idea that we got from one of Bloom's taxonomies. These are all not original Bloom constructs, but developed based on his theory. So the teacher planning kit was really helpful because it showed more scaffolding for incorporating Bloom's principles into their lesson module. It showed actions, outcomes, and questions in order to arrive at performance-based outcomes for a lesson. And on the right side, you see a new one, which was constructed to show how Bloom's taxonomy could be used with artificial intelligence tools, AI tools, for learning activities and assessments. And it shows specifically which of Bloom's taxonomy skills could be supported by AI and which ones were distinct or are distinct human qualities or capabilities. Next, please. Then the TPAC model was mentioned, and TPAC is really important in technology, we find. It was created by Mishra and Kohler in 2006 and refined in 2009. It's fundamental to the integration of technology into teaching. It consists of technological, pedagogical knowledge, and content knowledge. And when those three intersect and somehow the sweet spot got moved a little bit, that red circle there should be in that little triangle in the middle. When technology knowledge, pedagogical knowledge, and content knowledge intersect, that is when you actually have an optimal lesson. Moving on.
Thank you, Christine.
Next, Rose will discuss in more detail.
Okay, thank you, Christine. This is an overview of what types of tasks and assignments we provided each week. And the first one is always having a due date, which is best practice. We always reminded our participants, right? The tasks and need the due date, the weekly, also so they know when they should be finishing their task and assignment. We also show the topics, so always providing participants with the topics for each task and assignment, so for each week, so they know what is going to be covered. And the goals, we always have also in the task and assignment page, the goal and learning outcomes, so they know what to expect to be achieving for each week. And also outlining the tasks and the assignments for each week, which is also goals and the learning outcomes. They can see how they are aligned to achieve each goal and outcome, right? Also, we have, we carry out all those tasks and assignments in order to support the construction of their module and their own tasks and assignment page to model for them. And so they know how to create this page. So next. Yes, go ahead, the next one.
Yep. So here is a little bit more of an overview of the tasks and assignments for each week and how they interacted with practice and theory, and it shows what action was needed by the participants in order to fulfill the goal, which was the course project or the session project, a Canvas course module with the tasks and assignments page. So this is a little bit more detailed, but it shows how theories and models on the right side in blue informed our lesson design and our course design. Next, please.
Okay, thank you, Christine. So for week 3 tasks, we wanted to utilize what Tessa Woodward introduced in 1986, the loop input. And essentially, this is training through modeling. And this is what we wanted to provide our participants with. We wanted to give them a model whereby we demonstrated how they can integrate interaction tools in our DBP course following the TPAC model. So to achieve this, we presented them with 2 video activities which had the content, one utilizing Edpuzzle and another tool that was Nearpod. The videos provided an overview of the TPAC model, and participants participants were guided to engage with the content, understanding what the TPACK model was all about by either responding to embedded questions on Edpuzzle or completing a matching exercise on Nearpod. So while they learned about TPACK, which is the content, they were also experiencing the process. And that's why we called it TPACK in action. And Rose will now discuss week 4.
Thank you, Nagla. So considering that one of our objectives of week 4, which was participants to explore Canvas and other tools for collaboration, we proposed a sequence of tasks so participants could experience collaboration also in our session. And as Nagla mentioned, modeling for them also how to design their own collaboration activities. We used a series of animated video clips to present a scenario. This scenario focused on a case, which was a teacher. She wanted to use technology and she didn't know how to do it. So after a series of thoughts, thinking about it, she came up with a Google Doc. We implemented this series of tasks for our participants using survey, the groups feature, and also discussion that they are available in Canvas. And they explored the tools for collaboration like Miro, Canva, Flip, and Padlet. So the next slide, please.
I heard a lot about...
Do you want to play a little bit, Larissa? I think that would be nice, just like 5 seconds or so.
I heard a lot about virtual exchange projects. I have been interested in implementing them for my students. However, I am not sure if my students will like it or not. From my experience, I can tell that when I use teamwork or paired students, I always failed.
Slide. Yeah.
It was very difficult to manage group work.
Okay. So as you can see in the great animation that was created by our co-moderator Larissa together for week 4 and our whole team. We actually provided the content for our participants, which was the TPACK again, and how to use the TPACK to design collaborative activities. And the case study discussed the content, the pedagogy, and the technology. And after the participants went through the survey, watched the video clips, they were assigned groups. And in groups, they found their teams. They were able to share their reflections because it was also guided reflection for them to do while watching the clips, and discuss and reflect. So they could come together as a team collaboratively. And after discussing the pros and cons of the assigned tool they received to explore, to discuss, they came up with the weakness and strengths of that tool to substitute Google Doc. That was Anna's choice in the case, right? What we saw in terms of our participants' outcome was really an active interaction. They were very engaged with their team, with the activity. And as Nagla mentioned also, and Christine, modeling was our intention and was an outcome. But although we modeled for them, it was not easy to transfer that to their own course. And there is an important point, which is the role of instructions. We made sure that all the instructions to the steps, the sequence of tasks were clear. But we feel we need more scaffolding for week 4 to discuss more how to scaffold and give more examples of that in week 4. Thank you.
To start with, we had a surprising number of teachers who were not very tech savvy. And luckily, we had decided to introduce the office hours, which made a huge difference. The first 2 weeks were a bit of a learning curve. We did have a rate of attrition at that point because people wanted to participate in different sessions. And some people just found that what we were doing was so difficult for them that they dropped out. Week 3 and 4 were great. The rubrics, which we had made available to everybody, allowed us to assess who had completed the tasks correctly. And by that point, we were also introducing things like the ideas of plagiarism and copyright assessments and things. And in week 5, 4 of the active participants completed the course project according to the rubric criteria. And that was because it was actually quite difficult to get everybody in step. We found that people were working perhaps a week or half a week out of time with everybody else. And when we stopped, we had 4. The presentations were made on Flip, and the office hours were incredibly helpful, particularly for those non-tech savvy people at the beginning. Okay.
All right, thank you, Sue. And as you can see on this slide, these are the outcomes. So by the end of the 5 weeks, participants were able to use Canvas LMS to create sites for their learners. And on those sites, they designed a module with a task and assignments page that included interactive patterns and collaborative activities, using and integrating a variety of tools to assess learner performance. With, of course, scaffolding activities following the TPACK model. And while doing so, they demonstrated digital citizenship by following copyright guidelines, which we discussed and made sure that everyone was doing so. And they were finally able to evaluate their course module using the Quality Matters rubric and standards. As Sue mentioned, at the end, they were able to show all that showcase all that hard work in the end, providing us with recorded presentations that explain their best practices ideas. Again, as Sue mentioned, we had 9 active participants, but only 4 reached the finish line. And on the next slide, we can see the titles. So those are the 4 finalists. We have their names, where they're from, and the course and module titles. You see a variety there. And you can watch their presentations in Flip using the join code here. And you will be able to see such wonderful work that they have achieved during our session. And now Larissa is going to show us a video that plays that wonderful presentations that we had them do. Thank you.
Yes, please let me know, thanks, Angela, that you can hear the sum up or not that you can hear the sound. Thank you for watching.
Thank you, Larissa, for playing that. And here are just some references and sources that we used for our course. And you can move on. You can look at them on the slides with the links to the different readings that we used. Move on. We need to finish up, and this is the team with email addresses. Again, go on. And now we're ready for questions. We just have a minute or so for questions and answers. You can unmute yourselves or write your question into the chat.
We have a question from Michelle. How did you incorporate AI technology into your session?
We actually left it up to the participants to incorporate it or not. We did give them access to it, some suggestions, such as ChatGPT to generate a lesson plan. But nobody actually did it. So it's something that we can investigate for next time more.
Yeah, and Christine, I think it should be also scaffolded for the participants as a tool.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle, for the question.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a comment from Fatimi. I really enjoyed the incorporation of theories and practices.
Thank you.
And with another comment, if you see Christine and
yeah,
others,
I can see it. What strategies do you recommend to help more participants complete the course? Would you change any part of the current course? Yeah, that is the big question, Diana. Help more participants complete the course? Well, the office hours did help a lot. It's a conflict of time. I think that is the biggest problem here because, teachers are busy people and they have the weekends basically to complete the tasks and assignments. And our course is pretty task heavy. So, the attrition was due to the recognition of that. And, well, we have discussed this, of course, since this was the third iteration, what we could take away, but it's very difficult to take anything out. So I'm not sure what the answer is, except, make it a week longer, and that is probably not going to happen, so.
Yeah, thank you for attending the session, and thanks for your question. Elizabeth, thanks for the comment. Diane, thanks for the comment. So we are moving to next session. It's creating basic H5P for your teaching context collaboratively. So the stage is yours. You can share the screen.
Okay. Here we go.
Okay, so welcome to Creating Basic H5Ps collaboratively for your teaching context. The moderating team was Andrea, myself, Elizabeth Davis-Reeder, and Nellie Ditch. Next screen. Next. So our agenda for today is we're gonna introduce the moderators. We're gonna show you our abstract and target audience, general overview, reports, participants, countries, digital badges, certificates. We're gonna talk about the activities before week 1, the layout of the course, the profile, netiquette, online rules, screen recorders, The activities for weeks 1 to 5, the overview, discussion forums, video tutorials, the readings, and the collaborative. I can't, the slide's cutting off at the bottom, so I can't see that. It's like too big. Is that me or you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Participants' creations, there were quite a few of them. There were quite a few sandboxes that were used, and we had excellent participation. Next slide, Andrea. This is Andrea Arkin. She has been teaching English for over 35 years. She is also a program and material developer at ICANN. She has been a TESOL member since 2020. In 2023, she participated at ABLA 2023 conference, a workshop on how to teach kids and adapt material in face-to-face and virtual environments. Myself, I'm Elizabeth Vieira, have a BA in English linguistics and Portuguese linguistics. I have an OCELT, which is an Ontario Certified English Language Teacher. Also, I have a certificate in International Certificate for Teaching English as an Additional Language. TESOL, Teaching English as a Second Language. Post-TESOL certification from Learn IT to Teach Stage 3. I have taught ESL to adults for over 24 years. I use Paul, Tao, and Moodle to deliver my lessons. We are now face-to-face, so most of my classes are blended. My students do work online and in person. Next. This is Dr. Nellie Bitch, and she has taught EFL from K to 12 and higher education, has applied calls since 1992. She offers free online professional development programs through Moodle for teachers and online courses for free. And she combines learner autonomy, team peer-based learning with technology and mindfulness. She's the co-chair of TESOL, Call IS Interest Group, and she's the past EVO lead and instructor at IMT Master of Science program in immersive technologies. Next. So our abstract was that teachers would learn how to create interactive content using a specific tool, in this case, H5P tools. And these were to engage and align with their teaching goals. Teachers acquired the skills needed to design dynamic and immersive content to improve their student engagement and learning outcomes. So they also learned how to credit their work and the work of others through Creative Commons licenses. Our target audience was mainly English language teachers from across the globe. Teachers would have knowledge about technology for teaching, especially how to add activities in the Moodle language, Moodle learning management system, which is the system we used. And the teachers who are creative and passionate about learning to develop H5Ps, interactive content to engage their student engagement. Interactive H5P activities are suitable for all age groups. So the general overview, basically, we focused on advantages of using H5P activities. We focused on Creative Commons copyright licenses. We attributed the CC material that our participants created and our own materials. And we discussed and shared how to find CC images, audio, and or videos online. We looked at H5Ps that were text-based, is where we started with just text with images and enhancing them with audio. To create H5Ps, we used Moodle Content Bank in the Moodle. This was for the blue activity type. There's also H5P interactive content activity type on the Moodle site. And we also introduced Lumi Education, which is a platform which has a desktop app that you can create H5Ps on your own desktop offline and then upload them to Lumi Education or your Moodle site. So they were taught how to upload H5P content on online courses for free and how to create their own. They made video tutorials every week of all the steps on how to create each and every basic H5P activity that we introduced. And they create several basic H5P activities, which many of them have used in their own learning context for their learners. Next. Previous slide. Previous slide. You skipped the slide.
Nope. This is it.
Oh, okay. Cool. We had 129 participants registered. 49 actually started. We don't know how that is, but that is what happened. And 18 participants actually completed the course. And we thought that was awesome. So the 27 countries are represented here, and you can read these slides at your leisure. Next. We offered digital badges each and every week. These were the badges. So in the introduction week, there was 27 people or participants who got the badge. We lost 6. So in the second week, only 21 people made it. Crafting with images. Week 3, 20 people received that badge. In week 4, 19 people received the badge with enhancing their H5Ps with audio and reflecting and showcasing creations. At the end, we had 18 people who received their certificate and their final week 5 badge. Next. This was the certificate of completion. It was awarded to 18 participants. There may be one more if she completes one last task in week 5. So this is, we talked about during the registration week, we talked about how important it is to edit your profile. Your name must look professional because that is what you want on the final certificate. We talked about also the importance of having the country and cities selected so that they were able to attend our live meetings or live sessions each and every Saturday morning. We also talked about netiquette and the importance of politeness online, etc. Next. So basically there were 2 forum tasks in each registration week, and they were forum discussions on editing your profile and the country name, the importance of that, and the netiquette online rules. In week 1, our focus, so these were the tasks that were required in order to receive the badge. So week 1, we introduced ourselves. We talked about the advantages of H5P in educational context. Here there were a couple of readings. Week 1, there were multimedia elements discussion. We talked about Creative Commons crediting our work with the work of others, and I designed an H5P, which was test your knowledge for Creative Commons licenses, H5Ps. Next. In week 2, so people who made it and got their badge, they went into week 2, and one of their first activities was to choose an H5P sandbox or playground where they would be designing and creating their own and practicing what we were teaching in their own sandbox, and that was offered on online courses for free. And they practiced during week 2 to 5. Next. They also, there was also a forum activity there where they shared their sandbox numbers with everyone in the course so that people were able to join them and look at their creations and basically share what they created with each other and provide feedback. There are many and many H5P activities. There are always new ones being developed. And there's a, like, as you can see, there are many and many. And they go from very complicated to least complicated or least complicated to very complicated. We only talked about the least complicated or the basic ones. So some of the ones that require only text to do is true false questions. So just one question, true or false. Multiple choice, which is one question and you need to choose the answers A, B, C, or D. Fill in the blanks is you basically fill in the words that are missing. Drag the words is basically a drag and drop task where you can just, read a text and then put in them, just drag the words, the correct words into the correct blanks. And mark the words is just the one H5P where you just highlight the words or click on them to highlight them and choose them. So basically in week 2, there were a lot of activities, and this was the week that had the most activities. So in week 2, they chose their playground, like I said, and they shared that with other participants in the forum. And then they created video tutorials for each of the H5Ps that we introduced. So we created one step-by-step video tutorial for true false, multiple choice, fill in the blanks, mark the words, drag the words, and we basically taught them how to use Winnie Education. In week 2, next slide. So in week 3, we introduced H5P activity types with images. So as you notice, they now have the week 1 activities, which they can enhance further if they wanted to. But we also introduced flashcards, which is a modern day flashcard where you can use images and AI generated images. Some of them did that. Dialogue cards are similar to flashcards, except flashcards are interactive. You can ask a question and they can fill in a blank at the bottom to answer that question, or just simply copy a word for lower levels. Dialogue cards, they have text. They also have audio and images. In the first week, we did dialogue cards with images only to keep things manageable for our participants. And also we introduced the quiz question set, which allows for a sequence of various question types like multiple choice and a few others, true, false, etc. And in week 3, we had our learners share their video tutorials through forums again. And this time they looked at how to obtain and store images on the computer and their respective attribution information. So we modeled how to do that through a video tutorial, and then they showed us how they did it. Also, there were 3 different H5P activity types in week 3, and they modeled how to create those, and they were flashcards, dialogue cards with images only, and also a question set with images and text, of course. Database of websites we used to get pictures. So we shared a database with all the websites of where everyone gets pictures from, making sure that they are Creative Commons or public domain. Next. In week 4, we introduced H5P activity types with audio. Audio can be added to most activity types that were introduced in week 1, in week 2, and now in week 3. So a dictation is just a dictation. So there's little bubbles like you see here, where they just click the audio and then they listen and they type in whatever they listen to. So it's just a dictation. It's done online at their own pace. You can restrict it to the number of times they can listen. And that's amazing. And I think it's a great activity. Dialogue cards, again, they use the same cards that they worked on in week 3, and they enhanced them with audio. And the single choice set, they used the same one they used in week 3, and they enhanced it with audio. So now they had images and audio. Some of them decided to create new ones, but that's up to them. And then we introduced the crossword puzzle. They created a crossword puzzle with audio and images. So this is a new twist. And the audio and images are like clues. In week 4 as well, there were auditory repository database, which they shared where they created audio or where you could get audio from, or AI generated audio websites, etc. That was quite interesting. There's a lot there. Week 4, there were 4 video tutorials. So how to use Audacity was one that they watched. Video tutorial of how to add and create your dictation H5P activity. They created a video tutorial for dialogue cards with audio and how to add that audio onto the dialogue cards, and single choice set, how they added and created a single choice set by adding audio. There were also a video tutorial on how they added and created the crossword puzzle and the clues with audio and images. Next, please. There was a bonus activity in week 4 for the participants who wanted to do some extra practice or get some extra practice. And basically they had to use an activity, an H5P activity that they created in week 2 or 3 and add images and audio to it. So here we have week 5, and in week 5 we introduced only one more challenge because this is a medium H5P. I say medium because it's not advanced yet, but it's midway. And basically they created a memory game, which is a classic image pairing game, except it's much better than on paper on a table because this image game has images, audio, and you can have images with text on it, so you can match images and text. So it's an incredible thing, and it's nice because by using the audio, it reinforces the words or the vocabulary that's being learned. My lower levels love this, and they're always asking for more, but it is a little more complicated to create and takes more time. So the week 5, there were a video tutorial on how they added and created their memory game. And they shared reflections on the use of H5Ps in their teaching context. They showcased their H5P creations. There's a typo there, Andrea, we need to fix that. Week 5, they need to reflect on overall learning journey challenges and accomplishments. So there were some reading materials that they read for the discussion in week 1, where it was familiarize yourself with CC licenses. And they read these as well as H5P examples for their teaching context. Next. And there were 26 participants who received sandboxes. Again, 18 participants were able to complete. Some of the other ones had to leave and let this go due to time constraints and other commitments that they signed up for. So here are some examples of the H5Ps that our participants created. So the name is in this red box at the top. And this is a flashcard. And so here's an example. It's interactive because you need to fill in the blank with the answer to the question in this case. This one here is a multiple choice, and basically they just read the story and choose the correct answer. And obviously it's for lower levels. Next. This one here, it's a fill in the blanks with drag the words. So basically, drag the words, you put them into the correct spot in these missing words here. This is dialogue cards. So basically, it's a great way to learn new vocabulary. You can have the audio and the image of the vocabulary you are discussing, and the students can practice. Usually we do this before we do flashcards, for example. And here's another example of dialogue cards. Here is an example of using audio with a question set where they're going to need to listen to audio 1 and then answer the question. This was actually very creative. I've never seen it used this way, but congratulations to Yan Fan. We learned a lot through all of this sharing and snooping in on their sandboxes. So this here is a multiple choice, and basically you just pose a question or pose a little story, and then they read it and then they answer the questions. These ones here again are flashcards with fill in the blank. So there's a blank and then they're going to have to fill that in. Next. Here is more dialogue cards about animals or animal vocabulary in Canada, native animals to Canada. This one here was a little story, and then they had to answer questions. I think this one was true, like a multiple choice.
Yeah.
So A or B. Next. This one here is a dictation. So basically they listen, and then each individual little listening blue circles here, they can just listen, and then in the box they fill in whatever is said in those little blue circles. Here is another flashcard, so you could use it to listen to words, etc., and fill in the rest of the letters that are missing. Here is a little story that, or like a listening activity where the students listen to this story about this family, and then they answer questions, multiple choice questions or question set. This one here was drag the words again. So you just read and then you fill in the blanks with those words. Next. Here we have marked the words, so you highlight the incorrect words in statements. Again, there are many ways to do things. You could highlight the correct word, the incorrect word. I mean, it's truly up to your creativity and the abilities of your students, of course. True or false, what happened? So, again, here is some crossword puzzle. So you can have a background image and you can have the questions. And then there's, if you put the little I symbol, that is where you get more clues with audio or visual, or both. Dialogue cards, English proverbs. So this one here is learning about the English proverbs. And you can listen and read. The next one is examples of H5P. Read it again, multiple choice. This one here had questions and then you answer, you choose one. You click check to figure out if your answers are good or not. This one here is a question set. So objects in the living room, so lower levels again. Next. We have shared with you these slides. So these are linked to the reflections on the use of H5Ps from our learners and the reflections on the overall learning journey, challenges and accomplishments in the H5P. So those that completed the week 5, they have shared their experiences and we have shared them basically with the world. We have removed their last names for privacy reasons. Rafaela, she took a course with Dr. Nelly, Moodle for Teachers, and she learned how to create this ebook or creative book or creating book. I don't know what it's called because I didn't do that course. I was too busy with our own this year.
A book on book
and
creator.
Basically, yes, a book creator. Yes, that's it. Thank you. And she shared her experience in our course through this book. So if you get a chance, please view it.
Yeah, you can scan the code
amazing.
Or you can click on the link provided here.
Yes, and it's exciting that, and it's amazing. So basically, our reflections on the course, watching our participants' videos tutorials have been very interesting and rewarding. Every week, they gained confidence creating wonderful H5Ps and created better video tutorials showing the steps of how they built their creations. What a fantastic time we've had collaborating and learning together during this session. An amazing session, man. Now they have the confidence, knowledge, and skills to design beautiful and meaningful basic H5P activities for their learners' needs and their teaching context. We know they're making a real difference in the lives of their students. They should be really thrilled about having completed the session because now they are able to create quality interactive content for their learners on any topic that they want to learn about. Next. We want to thank the EVO team for accepting our proposal and giving us the opportunity of delivering our first EVO session. And a big thank you to Dr. Nelly for her constant support and the chance to deliver our session on her Integrating Technology Moodle for Teachers TD site. and the use of her online courses for free PD site for the participant sandboxes. Thank you. Next slide. It's Q&A time. So if anyone has questions, we'd love to hear from you.
I think it's very active conversations happening in chat.
Yeah, too bad I can't read that. It's kind of like covering when I'm reading it.
I actually have a question.
Sure.
Elizabeth, so those are amazing. I mean, so for the dictation and the closed test part, I noticed that students could type in their answers, but I was wondering if those are, how do you check the answers?
Oh, that's the amazing part. It's self-checking because we have done the work in the background where we enter in the answer that's correct. So yeah, it's an amazing way to practice vocabulary, spelling, or I don't know, sentence structure, whatever you're doing by listening. It's just a great listening. Like, you're supposed to integrate all 4 skills, listening, speaking, reading, and writing. With our link program, that's quite important. And this is just an amazing way to do that. And get answers right away. And then in a Moodle site, learning management system, you actually have access to how they answered, where their errors came in. That's why the learning management system, Moodle, I love it. It's just, there's just so much analytical information in the background that a teacher sees that makes it the best.
I just want to add, Elizabeth and Jane, that you can now add H5P to Canvas. I've added the link in the chat. I'll add it again.
Wonderful.
So it's not just exclusive to Moodle anymore. It was in the past. And you can't compare Canvas to Moodle. I'm sorry to say that. But if you are, you can't. Because
there's no
very
comparison.
Different. Yeah. So, but if you are using Canvas for whatever reasons, then you should try H5P for sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Maybe you can include adding the activity that's already made next year in your Moodle for Teachers, Dr. Nelly.
I'm sorry, what did you say
in
about
the Moodle
that?
for Teachers? In the Moodle for Teachers, you can get your students to add an H5P that has already been created. They can download and upload, for example.
Yeah.
It's like something that we do as teachers because we also use ready-made materials that we find at Lumi Education, for example, or on Kutala in our case, because they have to be designed for PDLA and the CLBs in Canada.
Which maybe you want to also mention the fact that anyone right now can join the open forum and continue the conversation on this and get support if they want to try it out.
Oh, yes,
Elizabeth?
I forgot about that. We should add that to our slides.
Okay, you can just mention
add it to the
fine.
slides.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank
Elizabeth.
you so much. This was an amazing experience.
Yes, thank you, Elizabeth, Andrea, and Nelly. Thank you. We need to start the next session, which is teaching EFL to young learners. And Larissa has put the information into the chat.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. I believe that's me. So let me try to get the presentation up here. There we go. All right, so teaching EFL to young learners has been around for a number of years. Actually, it started in 2014, but with the current moderators, it started 8 years ago. This was our 8th session. It's really exciting. I think Nevis is here, but I'm not sure she'll be able to speak. So I'll be going through the slides, you know, already about me, but you can read if you'd like. We divided the, well, the session has been divided for the past couple of years, with each moderator doing a section or a week. Week week one, I do week one with the introductions, and Cheryl McCoy does week two with upcycling, which is kind of an arts and craft that you can do in the classroom, which is very, very much appreciated by the participants because it gives them a chance to interact with the students who use their hands, because we're talking about young learners, which is quite different from any other of the other sessions. And Nevis does week 4. I don't think, yeah, she does week 4. This year we sometimes change it, but I always do week 1, which is the introduction. She does board games, which is also really exciting because this is for the classroom. There are digital board games that you can actually print out and use them in the classroom, but they're created online first. And this is a bit about Nevis, who's coming to us from Italy. She's originally from Australia. Nevis, I'm not sure if you're still here. Nevis was here, and I did give her a chance to speak. So if you feel like speaking, just unmute yourself, and that would be fine.
Nevis said she has a headache.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if at any time you feel that you're okay, then that's fine. So this is the 8th annual event. As I said, we officially started with these moderators in 2016. There are 5 weeks, just like in any other EVO session, with a pre-session. We decided to have a pre-session this year so that we can, first of all, get the participants to add their country. And that's why it was much easier for us to know where they're from, because Moodle allows you to do that. The session is on a Moodle platform, if I haven't mentioned that. And then week 1 is getting acquainted, upcycling week 2, storytelling, which was my role this year, and then board games in week 4, and the showcase and reflect in the final week. And you can see it here. This is an image of what it looks like in the center, because Moodle is divided into left, center, and right. So the center looks like this. Everything that's blue is clickable. So they click, for example, on the pre-session, they go through that. This year we made some changes again on not the layout, but on the closing and opening of the weeks. So for example, we had participants had to complete all the pre-sessions before they can go on to week 1. And they had to complete week 1 before they could go on to week 2, which was kind of challenging for EVO participants, as the moderators realized, because everybody has their own pace. In general, they have their pace, and then there's life, with illnesses and areas around the world where they can't participate, like from Ukraine or from Russia, when sometimes things don't work as they should, or in Iran, in the countryside where they don't have connections. So what do? Do you really close everything up for them? So we made some exceptions later on, and then I made changes. In other words, I think you have to be flexible. You can start off being, rigid in some ways, because that's how courses should be for professional reasons. And I totally agree with it. But then what do? When you have problems, and these are genuine problems. It's not as if people are lazy, because I find the teachers are very, very motivated and they do want to learn. So that's one of the issues that we faced with the pre-session, for example, and not allowing them to go on. Something to think about for next year. We also had a section, as you can see, for the live online meetings, where on Moodle, you're able to have the Zoom meetings directly from the LMS, which really made it easy. But nonetheless, not everybody reads and sees, and not everybody's used to learning in the learning management system, and you have to understand this. So as soon as there's a question or a problem and it's difficult to help the participant, I create videos. And I find that creating tutorials, videos when they're needed is really, really helpful. At least that's what they say. So if they get stuck, okay, so one person got stuck, let's create a video. And that's what I do throughout the course, the 5 weeks. I continuously try to troubleshoot and see what's going on to ensure the participants are happy and that they're able to manage with technical issues. Of course, we're only talking about tech issues. I can't help them with their internet connection, of course, but I find that I can help in other ways. They also sometimes don't see images all of a sudden. So what do you do when a participant doesn't see an image and you know that the image is viewable, so, or they don't see something else? Then you have to explain, you need to clear the cache of your browser, or you need to change your browser. So all these things are part of the learning process, not only for us as moderators, but also for the participants. So we're actually learning together. And then the weekly badges, there's an area there for the weekly badges. Each section has a support form. And I think support forms really, really help, especially if they are in each section, so that they know that they have a place to go to if they have a question. And then getting acquainted. This year, unlike other years, we used DID AI, and they really had a lot of fun with that. We used to use only Voki, which is also text to speech, or you can use your own voice, but you create an avatar and then you introduce yourself, which is a lot of fun. And I think it breaks the ice for the participants because they all enjoy playing around with tools, especially when it comes to young learners. And I think Voki is perfect for a young learner if you're interested in that, but also teachers enjoy it. And DID, they had a lot of fun with that. I wouldn't recommend it for their students. Hi, Stella, I love your avatar and the background. It's more for adults because what you do is you get an image and you could be standing in a phone booth or you could be in the park, standing in the park. And then your image comes to life. You add your voice and you're talking in the middle of the street in a phone booth, and you're introducing yourself, or in the park and you're introducing yourself, because that's what it looks like. Your lips move, everything moves, your facial features move, and you're talking. So they get excited about that. And I think that's a good start from their perspective because they're very happy. And if you get them hooked at the beginning and very happy, they'll probably give the course a chance, which I find happens in some cases, and yet many more participants joined the pre-session and then they dropped off. So maybe they realize that it's too much work and maybe they'll find another EVO session to go to. And they did travel around to see where they could get free for less work. I think that's the key for some. And then upcycling in the classroom, as I mentioned before, with Cheryl McCoy, where she provides ideas and participants do these activities and they try them out in their classrooms if they're teaching using arts and craft and various tools that they have around the house that are very easy to find and use. In storytelling, I used AI this year to generate stories. In the previous years, Judy Wong did this and she had her own way, but this year she couldn't make it. So I was doing storytelling and I changed it quite a bit. They chose out of the list of, I don't know how many, maybe 30, 40, 50 AI story generators. There are a lot of them for various ages and for EFL students, learners, young learners. And I think that worked quite well because it saved time. And I think that's what we're looking for as educators. We're looking to save time. And I think the excitement of artificial intelligence generators is opening doors. And for some of us, and some of us are overdoing it, of course. And that's a problem. But it develops our critical thinking, and I think it's the way to go, but be wary, be cautious. And then board games with Nevis Teresi is always exciting because, again, it gives you a chance to have hands-on practice, which is what they do. With the last week, we had showcase and reflect, and I love this part. Not because it's the end. I'm usually sad that an EVO session ends because it's so rewarding, and I personally learned so much from the participants. They are my books. I learned from them. And what they did, we used Book Creator, as Elizabeth mentioned, and I think it was very successful. The moderators enjoyed going over the Book Creator and the work that they published. They went over each week and they showcased their work, but they also reflected. And I think that's what they enjoyed the most, is adding their reflections on the process. How did it go? And reviewing. They had a chance to review each week. So it's not just ending the course, but it's going over it. And they realized that they did so much. And they felt good about themselves because they have. And these EVO sessions give participants so much, and they learn. And they don't realize it until they get to the end, and then they create a book creator when they realize that, oh my gosh, I did all of this. So it was very rewarding to be able to see their multimedia. They added images, videos, their voices to the book creator. And they learned how to embed. This is something that they didn't know about. They didn't know how to embed. And most of these tools have the embed feature where you embed your work, and you can embed it in Moodle. I don't know if you can do it in Canvas. I think you can as well in Canvas and other LMSs and blogs, websites. For the showcase, they also had a chance to go into their profile on Moodle and get all their discussions, all their posts, all their replies, everything that others wrote, that they wrote, and they were able to put that in a PDF file called PDF Chat Gear, PDF Gear Chat, sorry, and which is completely free. So they could add all their work, and they really liked that. And then they were able to go through it and use a screen recorder, and I gave them a list of lots of screen recorders, such as ScreenPal, which used to be Screencast-O-Matic, or Loom, or Vimeo, and they could see what they did. So once again, they were able to see how much they accomplished, and of course, they got the badge at the end. So as you can see here, 62 registered, 11 started. So we have registered, and of all those 62, only 11 started. And you can see that half, 5, not even half, right? Half completed, and they were awarded 28 badges. And we had the countries, as I said, because it was really easy. It was a requirement in the pre-session to add your country, and you got a badge for adding your country. But it wasn't an EVO badge, it was a site badge. These are, the countries, and I was happy that I was able to do that very easily by going through and just copying the countries from the participant list and just adding it to ChatGPT, that put everything in alphabetical order, created a table for me, and that's it. So it did save me time. And the badges, so I think 28 badges, I made a mistake there. More came later after this slideshow. And then you can see what they did in week 1. Okay, they had to, excuse me, explain why Voki after they used Voki, why Voki could be used in the classroom, and then strategies for teaching English to young learners in week 1. And then they introduced themselves. This is the first time that I did this. And I think it worked really, really well because they had a chance to not only introduce themselves, but also introduce themselves as teachers of EFL to young learners and their expectations. So the 1, 2, 3 was, what do you expect as well? Not just about you, but as a teacher, what are some of the things that you would like to be able to learn? And then week 2, upcycling is a way to create lessons for EFL. There was a book that they had to go through that Cheryl had created. And then there was a discussion forum discussing the reading, lots of reading in this session. And then they also had to add, we had a common Wakelet, a collaborative Wakelet, where everybody added their work from weeks 1 to 5, actually. And then week 3, with a storyboard, they had to create stories using Plotagon. As I said, the stories came from an AI story generator. They had to choose one, or they could choose more. It's up to them. But we use Plotagon, which is an excellent tool, mostly used on the phone, on the smartphone, but also on a desktop, but not for Macs, only for a Windows system. And then they reflected on the reading, storytelling, and they also reflected on the work that they had done using Storyboard That. The CEO of Storyboard That gave me actually, but I gave them a free administrative account where I could give out free teachers account where teachers can add other teachers from their school, as well as they could add their classes, and they can continue doing this throughout the year, not just during the EVO session. And then in the week 4, it was again, as I mentioned, board games where they had to read a tutorial and the theories and readings on the value of using board games, and then create their own board games. And week 5 was a showcase that I mentioned before. And these are some of the showcases. This is what one book looks like, Teaching EFL to Young Learners. And the participants, thank you. Thanks a million, and so on. I want to express my sincere thanks. Thanks a bunch. Thank. And then this is, they had to add, there was a criteria for the book, for example. They had to add table of contents, and they had to include each week with their work, screenshots of their work. And they could also add videos. You can see that there was a video here, their videos, because they had to create video tutorials of their work showcasing what they had done. There's Voki and DID over here. And then that's Voki. And then that's the upcycling week and the storytelling with Storyboard That at the top right. And at the bottom, it's Plotagon. And then the board games, you can see the images that they added, and then showcase and reflect and add their work to the Wakelet, and then embed the Wakelet, which they learned how to do as well. Okay, some more feedback. There's the Voki table of contents. Upcycling, you can see the different things that they were able to do. And then the dialogues, the stories that they created with Plotagon and Storyboard That. and comment here. And notice here, and I think this is thanks to EVO. It's not only this particular course, but it's other course sessions that I can say to the organizers of this course that with the sites and educational news you have provided, my classes and teaching activities have become much brighter. I was especially impressed by creating videos with Voki, creating board games, working on Plotagon, and the most interesting, completely new to me, storyboard that, and creating books. And the continuation, that's always the idea, to come back. And the idea that in such a short time, because they do so much, we have to appreciate this. That's why I call them my heroes. All these teachers who are doing so much and going through so many obstacles to get things done when they're working and busy with life. So to do so much in such a short time. These are the digital badges that they received for the pre-session as well as weeks 1 to week 5. I think I had that double here. Yeah, I didn't put the other ones. Sorry about that. And then the certificate of completion that they get, of course, their name, and Moodle does this automatically. So I don't have to do anything. I just create the course and Moodle takes care of most of it. I just read everything. But as far as the certificates, their names are added and the course is added. This is an EVO template and everything is done for me. This is a bit on how they reflected on the course. These are the references. I said there were lots of references. Each one of us, for each week, there was something to read based on young learners and our topics. So thank you. And this is a time to thank both Nevis and Cheryl for doing their best to be there, even when it was really, really hard for health reasons, but they were there and they made it happen. So I want to thank them. I hope they'll be watching the recording. And now for the Q&A, if there are any questions.
Thanks, Nelly. There is a question from Elizabeth about administrative account on Book Creator.
Let me stop sharing. Yes, go ahead, Elizabeth. Sorry. About getting an account.
Administrative account.
On Book Creator? Why would you need it? And it's free. I don't have an administrative account. I have a teacher account. You can have a student account or a teacher account for the free version. I don't know, maybe the administrator is not a free version, but we use the free version. I mean, I try to do everything that's free and not, I mean, I don't use anything, any paid. So maybe Elizabeth, maybe you can unmute and explain if I haven't answered you.
Nelly,
No?
we have 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
another question. Any other
Yes.
platforms that are good for creating board games? The question from Susan.
Lots of platforms. If you'd like, you can go into the course. Did I mention that? There's the link to the course. You can go in. Let me see if I can get it for you. And you can get everything. All the resources are there for you. As a guest, you won't be able to see the discussions, but you don't need to see the discussions, right? But let me share the course with you in the chat. So there we go. So you can check it out as a guest. You don't even have to get an account on the Moodle. I think that's the right one. let me know. So all the resources will be available there. Just go through it. You'll see what, you'll get an idea of what the courses look like. Okay? Because there are too many of them. Any other questions or comments? I guess most of you are not teachers of young learners. Otherwise, you would have a lot of questions that I can think of. But you know what? I think maybe that's something that I think that most of the participants of EVO are not teachers to English, to young learners. I think most of them are teachers of adult learners. But we're going to change the course next year, where everything is going to be based on AI. So there are going to be some changes.
It's still a really important course, I think, Nellie.
Yes, that's why we're going to keep it with AI.
Yes,
to make life easier for teachers.
Well, yeah, don't make it go away, because
no, it's not going to away.
right.
No, it's going to be teaching EFL to young learners. We're just going to add more. In addition to this, we'll add more AI generated.
I would hope that you could get some more ESL teachers from K through 12 here in the US.
That would be nice. That would be very nice. And from Canada as well.
Yeah,
so,
exactly,
any
because
who are
this is what they
this,
need.
That's right. Definitely. And I think Elizabeth, who's an ESL teacher, is proof of that, that's what teachers need.
Okay, I think we need to move on to the next one.
Yeah, there is a great need in Canada for tech skills. Teachers don't have much, and that's something we discovered in our course, and some of them dropped out because of that, and they sent us private messages stating that. So there is a huge need, and I imagine it's the same in the States. The PD we get, we need hands-on practice, and without it, it's impossible to attend a webinar and understand something in 1 hour. That is my view on this. So yeah.
Maybe change the title
tech
to
skills.
ESL, instead of just EFL for young learners.
Yes, I
ESL.
think that would be a good idea, Nellie. Yeah,
Okay. EAL.
just
English
put
as an additional language.
S/FL.
No, EAL, English as an additional language.
But that might not be as known, we're trying to.
It is, it's becoming, it's becoming that. ESL is not really used, so there's now teachers of English as an additional language, because many of our students come to us with other languages. So
we'll have to research that. Thank you.
That's the new term.
Thank you. I hope I'm not next.
It's your next session.
I am next.
Tools for student collaboration.
I thought there was somebody in
next.
between to give me some air. Okay. All right. Okay, let's go on. I was wondering why everybody's so quiet. All right, so tools for student collaboration. Here we go. Okay. Any questions before we get started? All right, here we go. Okay, so tools for student collaboration has always had very strong participants. I wonder why. I think the idea of collaborating and tools that help collaborate is something that most of us want, whether we're teachers of young learners or adult learners. There's a bit about me that you've already seen. And Maria Floracchi, I don't know if Maria is here. She's quite busy, but she did moderate quite a bit because there's a lot of work. And she was a wonderful helper. She is an ESL teacher. That's interesting, residing in Greece. So there you go. Someone considers themselves ESL. where she teaches English and runs a foreign languages center. She holds a bachelor's degree from the National Kapdoktrian University of Athens in English Studies and is a lifelong learner. And I attest to that because she's always taking courses. And she took another EVO session, the AI for ELT. And she's had experience with young learners. And you can read the rest there. And if she's here, let me know. All right, so there's the logo of Tools for Student Collaboration. And I wrote for myself to remember that it's learning other skills as well. And I think this is, as I mentioned before, where we find out that our participants need more technical support and learning, such as embed recorded videos, embed Quizlet, embed Canva, embed Book Creator, Wakelet, and so on. The things can be embedded. There is the link. I'll share that later on in the chat box. This was our 5th year of Tools for Student Collaboration. Maria started as a participant and has been co-moderating with me, I think, for the past 3-4 years. And this is the layout. It's on a Moodle platform, so it looks the same, which makes it a lot easier for me to moderate a few sessions because the layout is the same. And since most of our EVO sessions are also laid out in a similar way with weeks 1 to 5, I think it also makes it easier for the participants to be able to understand and follow these EVO course sessions. So I also had the pre-session and the live online Zoom meetings as before, with then weeks 1. Week 1 was a get to know you. We got to know one another with a 1, 2, 3 again, and DID introductions. I also had another way of introducing, and they could choose which way they wanted, because with DID, it's by credit. So if you do a long video, you get, I don't know, 50 something credits. And then you lose your credit as you do these videos for the free version. So there are other tools that you can use instead that are not like DID. But participants told me what they do is they get different, and they do this for other free tools that limit you with credits by getting different emails. You create an email, then you use, I don't know if that's very ethical or right, but who knows? Something to talk about. And then the Tools for Student Collaboration is based on a debate topic. Participants have a list of debates, or they can come up with their own debates. And then this is something that I've been doing with my students for many years. And what I did was I took what I do in the physical classroom and created this course that I've been giving for 5 years at various ages, for various ages. A debate topic that suits your students, whether you're teaching young learners or adult learners. And then you get information on both sides, the pros and cons. Students in a team, you team up with 4 or 5 students, and then they do both. You divide the students, and they divide themselves, actually. They divide themselves, and they decide which they will take. If there are 6, say, they take 3, take the pro, and the other 3 take the con. And that's how they present their work. And they use presentations as well as videos, which is what they do in week 3. And then after they present their work, they create a research form and a quiz form using Google Docs. Sorry, not Google Docs, using Google Form. And the forms, as you know, Google, and they don't know, many don't know that Google Forms can be used for quizzes, not just for research forms or questionnaires. They have other purposes as well. And it's a great way to get feedback. And they got to get feedback on their work. So they put their videos in the Google form, and they spread the word to their colleagues in their social networks, their family members, whoever they wanted to. They had to get 10 people to fill in their forms, and they managed, to my surprise, because I thought maybe 10 is too much, but I wanted them to get quite a bit of information about their work. Now, the presentation that they create has only images, so that it makes it a lot harder for the pros and cons. And then they speak. The idea is to speak and share what you think the pros and cons are through audio. And the images are the presentations, and they turn the presentations into videos. They share that. People watch their videos, and then they add questions about their work. Was it clear? Were the pros and cons reasonable, and so on? And then they create a quiz based on their work, which is completely different, to quiz people on what they had done. So that's week 4. And then week 5, they showcase and reflect. Little reports here. 47 registered, only 15 started. And 12 completed. As I said, those who start usually complete it. Those who didn't complete it, and they almost completed it, they did everything except 2 tasks, which means that they did about 90% of the work, and was really unfortunate. But for reasons of connection, they lived in countries where they couldn't go on anymore. They had no internet, and I'm talking about countries such as Ukraine. So they couldn't go on, which was sad. And I kept sending them emails trying to get them, but they didn't have any internet connection, so it didn't really help. 55 badges, and there were 20 countries. These are the countries. Again, it was easy for me to get the countries because in the pre-session, they were required to do this. It was part of Moodle. They had to go into their profile and choose a country. And then that was set up in the attendee list. It's called participant list on Moodle. And I was able to add this to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to create a table for me. And I just pasted it and did some magic. So that was 55, and then the numbers grew a little bit. So 62 digital badges. There was a change there. People had worked beyond the course, even though it ended, because they didn't have that much left to do. So week 1, 14 participants got it. Week 2, you can see what they had to do. Let's get acquainted. There was also 1, 2, 3. I did that and all. And sticky notes. They loved the assignment. This is a Moodle assignment called Sticky Notes. You can also get digital sticky notes, but I highly recommend it. I'm not talking about Google Jamboard and things like that. No, these are much more exciting because they look like little notes, and you can put one on top of the other. They're very collaborative. So if you can divide your sticky notes in such a way that you have different columns for different ideas, and then you can attach your sticky note to a specific idea and then continue the discussions and comments. You can also add comments. So sticky notes is a collaborative tool. And then we discussed collaborative learning. Week 2, they had to choose a topic, a debate topic, and then the pros and cons they developed on idea boards. Now, idea boards, you don't even need to have an account to be able to add your ideas, but it's a good idea to have it if you want to share the link and have it there. It's completely free. Idea board, just the way it is, one word. I think it's .com. An amazing tool. I have no idea why it's free because it has so much to offer. You can have debates and other items, you can divide it into sections for different things. It can be used for meetings such as Zoom meetings, idea boards, and they added the pros and cons, and then others can add to their pros and cons. In other words, it wasn't just what they thought and their team, because they worked mostly in teams, but it's what anyone else that they shared it with, so they could get more ideas for the pros and cons, because it's not always easy. And then there was a question on debates in the ESL class. And then there was also a special form for the teamwork. They had to create a lesson plan as a team for a class debate activity using Google Bard. It was Google Bard then, but then right through the course, halfway through the course, it turned into Gemini. Now Google Bard no longer exists. It's called Gemini, but it was still Google Bard then. Then week 3, they had to create their presentations. And there was a reading task on questions on collaborative learning. They had to answer the questions, and they got the answers. So the questions were there, but so were the answers. So they were able to, after they did the questions, answer the question, they were able to view the answers and compare them with their answers. So there was no right or wrong. It was kind of a self-learning questionnaire. And then they used VideoAnt. I don't know if you're familiar with VideoAnt. It's completely free. And a university created this. You actually get a YouTube video. It's not like Edpuzzle, it's different, but I guess it's the same idea as Edpuzzle, and you can compare the two. You add a YouTube video, and then students can add their comments to it. So they did that with their videos that they had to create as a team, and then they collaborated on one of the videos using VideoAnt, and they shared the link with others, and others went in and added their comments to their videos in VideoAnt. And then we also discussed images and copyright, because remember, their presentations were only with images. So we had to discuss copyright when it came to images, and how to get over that with credit, give credit where it's due. And then they had a quiz on not H5P quiz. This was a Moodle quiz, which is, well, it's going through a similar process as H5P, and you might want to compare the two, because it's interesting to compare how to work with H5P and Moodle quizzes that are built into the Moodle platform. And the answers were there. So once they completed the quiz on copyrights, they had the answers and they could check their answers. Week 4 was the results, the form, sorry, that's not a U. But in a forum, sorry, they had to add the results of their responses from their forums, their Google Forms as a team, or if they worked as individuals. Not everybody was able to work on a team because of different reasons, I guess, connectivity and distance and just general working. So they worked as individuals, but at least they learned how to do it in teams. That was the idea. And then they created a Quizlet set for their debate topic. They took the vocabulary and different things and created a Quizlet. I created a class for the Quizlet, so that they were able to also see each other's work, and then they shared the sets. Week 5, of course, was a showcase with Book Creator, which is absolutely amazing. I think that it's a great tool to showcase and reflect EVO sessions. I used it with all my sessions, and it really gives participants a chance to look back. And these are examples. Now you can see the sticky notes, okay, that I mentioned before. That's what they look like. It's divided, and then you just add your sticky notes for student collaboration. So the first question on the board might be, where are you from? And then they added their country. Actually, it wasn't a country, it was what part of the world are you from? So it had European, and then what age groups do you teach? And you can see that some of them got mixed up. They added the information in the wrong column, which is fine. That's what it's about. Making mistakes is truly a part of learning, right? So I think that's wonderful that there were mix-ups. And then the last column was their favorite way of and what they thought about these sticky notes. And then collaborative learning. This is images taken from the book that they created. They added the reflection. They could add anything. They could add their thoughts. They could add what they learned. But in general, go over each week and reflect in any way that they wished. There's the debate. You can see that was taken from idea boards on the left. And the participant also added an image here. And then there's the presentation that they created using images. And the topic was pros and cons of online education. And there's an example of social isolation. And of course, that's the video of their work. And then they also had to have a concluding chapter of the book, introduction, and also a conclusion. Some of them used the conclusion to summarize their work, and some of them used it just to thanks to Nellie, Maria, and the EVO team. Everybody mentioned the EVO team, and I think that's really wonderful because this is a collaborative effort. It's not just this course. This course came to be because of EVO, because of the team and the work that we do together to make sure that everything is done according to what we believe in. The syllabus and everything is planned out, and we check each other's work. And that's why it's EVO. It's a great opportunity and all support. And you can see this participant's work with a video here showcasing that she also added. And then here's another one. There's idea boards. This is exactly what it looks like on the right. You can see it, and they can add their images using generative AI for their images, because some of these participants also took other courses, such as AI for ELT. And this is on the right here is Video Ant. And you can see what Video Ant looks like. You add your video, and then you can see that you can break it up. Wherever you stop, that's where you add your comments. And that's why you see 032, 052, that's where they add their comments. And you can see the bars on the video here where the stops are and where the comments come in. And here they used Gemini to create different things, such as their lesson plans with the help of, now it's Gemini. It was called Google Bard at the beginning, and then the Google Forms that they used to make a quiz about their presentation, to quiz. And this participant chose mental health. And she mentions that quiz is a great way to create quizzes for with different formats. And they actually played each other's match. They were able to do that. And here's another one. And these are all clickable if you're able to get these presentations. They're available. I'm sure that'll be shared at the end. You can go into the conference, Best of EVO 2024 WebConference Google Doc. It'll be added in the chat. And then all these are clickable. So if you click on it, you can see the book and get an idea of what book creator that I've been talking about looks like. Here's another one. By the way, this participant took the course, I think, for the second or third time, because these courses change every year. So you can come back, even though there's so many courses, it's hard. And here are her reflections. She says, my second tools for student collaboration after the first run in 2020. So this is 4 years later, was an entirely new learning experience and as enriching as the first. The course material has been fully revised to reflect the recent trends in the post-pandemic AI era and feature new tools. I gained invaluable insight into AI-powered tools and derived a lot from experimenting with AI generative tools such as DID, Gemini, PD Gear. Same thing, they could summarize the whole course by going into their profile. Under the course, they could get all their discussions in one format and add it to PDF Gear AI, and they would get a summary. They would be able to look at it and showcase their work. Copilot and Microsoft Designer. My journey is far from over, as I have only scratched the surface. Okay, so she goes on about that, which is nice. And you'll be able to see that. Again, this is another participant and her book. You can see how rich the book is. There's so much here, and this is something that they can take away after EVO. And that was my purpose. I wanted them to be able to have something to go with, to have all their work showcased for them, and for others, of course. They can share this with their teachers. And here is another participant: significant opportunity to acquire meaningful tools and strategies to promote teamwork and collaborative students. Balanced using readings. And this is part of EVO, that we balance this. Okay, this is a requirement for those who want to have their proposals and give an EVO session, is to have readings and practical tasks where teachers became students and experimented while learning. So just reading this feels great, because that's what we're here for. And that's what EVO is about. And it went through, it came through, which means that it's working. So you're invited to join us next year and get other badges, because they change every year, in case you've already taken it. So we've got all the badges here, all 5, and the final certificate for the hard work. So I'd like to thank you, of course, for those who took the course, that are my heroes, for taking the course and enriching me with so much learning. And of course, to Maria for her help, a lot of help in moderating tools for student collaboration. And these are the references that we used. You can see virtual, I try to get very recent one. Virtual workspaces for enhancing collaborative learning work in EFL, a case study for higher education. Also debates about educational issues. And for the EFL, a pedagogical strategy to explore argumentative skills in the EFL classroom. And then fighting image piracy or copyright trolling, because they were using images, and we discussed copyright for images. And then training EFL learners on debating effects on their oral and written presentations, and also developing speaking skills through debating, and learning strategies to promote autonomous and collaborative learning of EFL in and then also Radcliffe, which is amazing, on understanding the benefits of nature for creativity, because we also discuss this, the importance of taking a break, taking some time off. And that's what I mentioned before we started week 5, before they embarked on their book, on publishing and their book, to take some time off, go for a walk, relax a bit, because they've done so much in weeks 1 to 4. And then 8 is a systematic review of teacher-facing dashboards for collaborative learning. And that's it. So thank you. And I hope you can join us next year in EVO 25 and enjoy all the courses that you take. But if you join me and tools, we will be giving this course again, Tools for Student Collaboration. So I'm going to stop screen sharing and see if there are any questions.
Nellie, you've included or introduced so many different tools for student collaboration. Which one was your is your favorite, or the participants' favorite?
I don't know. I have no idea. I think they liked all the tools. There was idea boards, not that many tools actually. Idea boards, sticky notes. They loved the sticky notes, and I did too. I only realized how wonderful it was when I got their comments about it. I just thought, okay, it's just sticky notes, right? What's great about sticky notes? But they made me realize that sticky notes is something nice, that they enjoyed it, and they tried it in their classrooms. They said, well, I tried sticky notes, I really liked it. And so, whatever they say, I like all the tools because I choose them, right? I mean, I decide what tools to to have in the session. Thank you for asking.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm glad you added idea boards and video ad. Thank you for that. Thank you. And did you add the presentation, the Best of EVO WebConference link, so that others can go into the presentations and just click?
Add it.
Yeah, and just click, because not just this presentation, but all the presentations are there for you. And lots of links there. Do I have a break?
No.
Yes,
Next
no.
is
yes.
We've got
yes, you have a break, Nellie.
Yes, I have a break.
Right.
immersive instructional design is the next one.
No, I have
Helena
to
is up.
Yes, and I am here.
Yes.
Yes,
Let me
Great
give you.
job. Well done, Nellie. Amazing.
Thank you.
It's also useful, and I'm sure a lot of teachers are going to be joining you next year for all these invaluable ideas.
And you're invited too, and I have to join you as well.
Yes.
If you join me, if you know what, if you do all the work in one of my sessions, I will do all the work in yours.
Well, let's exchange then.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. We'll join each other's.
It's so hectic and fast paced, and there's always something new coming up. So I'd been meaning to participate in a lot of our sessions too, but it was a bit difficult to follow. Yeah. But it's a wonderful initiative. Wonderful, really.
Yeah, EVO
Thank
is
you.
amazing.
Thank you so much. To the organizers, first of all, yes. Well, I am ready if you would like me to start. Yes, it's 12 o'clock.
I think you're talking muted.
Yes.
Okay, so may I share my slides?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. Is there a button I should click, or may I start?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, you can start.
Thank you. Well, welcome to Immersive Instructional Design Best of EVO 2024. I will be presenting you with the results, and I will be sharing my impressions as lead moderator this year from this very inspiring workshop. First of all, my name is Helena Galani, and we had approximately 65 participants registering originally, 30 of whom eventually completed or at least appeared to be active on the Canvas LMS that we shared with them.
I would like to thank our moderators team, Dr. Rada Sadler, Heike Philp, Dennis Newson, Amani Alkayat, Doris, Molera Doris, thank you so much, Georgia Manetta, Jennifer Hamilton, who contributed with a lot of her work, especially on Frame, Helen Myers, and Barbara McQueen. A few words about me. I've been involved in the use of immersive experiences with my students in Greece, both as an educator, an adult educator, and with younger learners. Our sessions this year took place every Thursday and Sunday, twice a week, that is. And eventually we had, all in all, we had about 10 sessions. Our participants came from different locations, especially in Europe, as you can see. It was a 5-week session, and language professionals learned to apply some of the principles of instructional design in the metaverse. We actively engaged in the design of language learning materials and tasks, creating objects, simulations, games, scenarios, and much more in locations I'm going to show you. Each week focused on a different destination. Week 1 was dedicated to Frame VR. Week 2 was based on Spatial I/O. Engage VR was in week 3, and Second Life, mostly Second Life with OpenSim and Kitely, was the focus of week 4. In the last week, our students, our participants showcased their projects and evaluated the session and talked about their expectations in their destined classrooms. So these are the media and tools we employed, apart from the core spaces. We also used Canvas, free for teachers, to organize the material and the participants' work. We used our wiki space for all the publicly available resources, Zoom for the live synchronous sessions. Also, we used subsidiary tools such as Google Slides, Forms for surveys, Jamboard, Padlet for our participants to display their creations, Wakelet, YouTube channel, playlist we had previously prepared for them with machinima and videos about each of the spaces. We also use Sketchfab to import objects in the 3D virtual reality or virtual worlds, and PBWorks, as I said earlier. The participants that managed to reach the end, the final week, they got informed about basic principles in immersive instructional design. They explored and played in the destined locations online. Together we selected objects and demonstrated their construction on the sandbox. And we elicited participants' creativity and construction. The participants identified and implemented the basic principles of immersive instructional design, which I will tell you briefly in a minute. And they reflected on the 3D environments and the processes involved in creating their lessons. We used curation tools to showcase our creations and discoveries with other participants. So why did we want to focus on instructional design in immersive 3D environments this year? Immersive workshops have been taking place for many years now, almost every year. So we decided to associate our previous activity and experience with more hands-on explanation about the models that are employed, such as this year we focused on the ADI model, which is connected with analyzing, designing, developing, implementing, and evaluating material, activities, tasks, and outcomes. And also that was done combined with a backwards design model. In more detailed words, I would like to say that the first session per week was the orientation session. We analyzed our participants' previous actual needs, and we designed together, developed, and implemented the principles of instructional design in the different environments I told you about. The participants explored and discussed the benefits and challenges involved in creating simulations. And in the second session, we focused mostly on hands-on creativity, implementing the ideas from the first session, and constructing objects in frame, in spatial, and finally evaluating the creativity that took place. What tasks were we involved in? First of all, we got started in each virtual world or virtual reality platform. We analyzed, designed, developed, implemented, and evaluated, as I told you. Our participants reviewed and reflected on their activity and examples that they watched. They also navigated in 3D virtual simulations that allow practical skills in a safe environment. That also concerns younger learners who we have to take into consideration because they are actively involved in such environments for their own purposes in their everyday life. We learned how we upload assets such as images, audio, media on a prim, and that is especially in Second Life. Importing 3D objects were some other activities and tasks that the participants were involved in. We went on virtual reality tours, and Doris showed us a magnificent exhibition. Doris, it's unforgettable. Interactive games that teach language concept and vocabulary were also some of the tasks. Building, shaping, and texturing objects. Affordances in Second Life, OpenSim, such as, for example, changing the size of objects or moving them, rotating them, linking them, building, generally speaking. Also, there was a show and tell session that involved evaluation and planning of future immersive teaching experiences. Here are some activities, an indicative list. And the outcome was amazing. I'm going to show you and screen share. We put together all the participants' projects on this book. Excuse me, may I share the book with you? It's really exciting to see our teachers' creativity. For example, here we have learning outcomes. In on the left, you can see some examples of our participants' simulations in Frame VR. It was amazing how they imported 3D objects. Absolutely amazing, their imagination and the brainstorming that took place. You could see it live on the Canvas LMS through discussion forums. The kind of exchange of ideas was amazing. So also the collected projects can be found on Padlet. I will provide with a link to all this on our PB work, so you will be able to have a look at the evidence. Here are some more outcomes in Engage VR and Frame, Spatial, Katerina's project on traffic, Julia's Baltic Seaside, a photographic exhibition. Paul did amazing work, and Nermin, she created a writing class. Second Life and OpenSim, There is a lot that you can explore, and I would like to point you to the direction of our PB Works, where you can find the book available, but also some images, some further images created during our session this year. It's an indicative example. Well, let me continue from where I stopped. I would like to invite you, because we've got a future event taking place, so you're most welcome to participate. Next Sunday, not tomorrow, but Sunday the 24th of March, we're taking part with an immersive experience at the Virtual World's Best Practices in Education. So you're most welcome to join us. And this is going to be about designing immersive lessons in virtual reality, as you can understand. Here is where you can find EduNation in the metaverse, in Second Life, on OpenSim, in Frame VR, and there's also a Discord server. I would like to invite any questions and answers. I see you've put some questions in the chat box. I personally would like to repeat the experience next year. It's been very inspiring, and it has led us to some new findings, and I would really like to see what new ideas we're going to collect next year. So please feel free to join us on EduNation also. How has the course changed over the years? I think Heike would be the most appropriate person to answer this, because she is the initiator of this initiative. I'm one of the younger members of the group. I started about 10 years ago. And this has been going on for longer than 15 years, Christine, as you can understand. So as the technology has developed, so have the activities and the findings. And I think this has built up on our confidence also. It has made us more knowledgeable, and we really expect to see some of the latest virtual reality technologies develop. I think that Second Life is still quite advanced, and perhaps the ideal example of all these destinations.
Yeah,
I
can I say something here?
Doris, please do.
Well, talking about the thing that we have done through the years, we have done everything that can be done in virtual worlds, since we had made movies, we had told stories, created exhibitions, taught classes, and now that with virtual reality also, we had visited all the spaces, and integrating also AI, now have given the chance to create more things too. So everybody's invited. If you want to know, right now there is a Virtual World Best Practices Conference, and so this is how Second Life is still the one that had the virtual worlds platforms and the places where you can go and learn, find educators to help you out. So thank you, Elena. You did a great job.
Thank you. And a big thank you to all the participants, those who sustained all this input that they were showered with, because we had a lot of material from previous years too. May stretch out a big thank you to our coordination team, Nelly, Larissa, Sanya, Nagla, Christine, Doris, EVO 2024 and TESOL call intersection. We do appreciate this opportunity, and I personally would like to thank Heike for giving me the incentive and for encouraging me to take the lead this year. So do follow EVO on our YouTube, Facebook, and on the web with PB Works. Thank you very much.
Helena, Jane has asked, for all the immersive platforms, which one is the easiest for beginners?
Sue, is that you?
It is.
The easiest for beginners, we actually started with Frame VR this year, considering it as the most straightforward one with the most affordances that would facilitate teachers' work, educators' work. So you can see we included it straight away in week one. And I think it's also developing a lot. So by this time next year, I trust that it will have changed. It will have improved so much more that we can trust it. We can also trust it with the younger learners. Spatial I/O is also up and coming, and it has a lot of settings that have been upgraded. And also, I would consider it as a safe option together with OpenSim for younger learners. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Thank you, Helena.
Thank you, Jane.
So for Frame VR, would it be for younger learners to access it? Do they need an account or?
Not necessarily. They can enter as guests, so they can change their names without necessarily having to create an account.
Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful.
You're most welcome. Thanks a lot. Looking forward to seeing you again next year. And our next session is, I would like to pass the floor on to the next session.
Are we going to go on or wait a little bit?
I think you've probably got time to have a cup of tea.
Oh, really? Or any more questions, perhaps?
Yeah, I'm thinking of maybe, well, let me add my.
Well, Helena, I wanted to thank you for stepping up to take the lead of the course. I can imagine that it was, you had some big shoes to step into, but it looks like it was a big success.
Christine, if it weren't for you, for your encouragement, your intervention, and your comments during the preparation, for moderators, then it would have been much more difficult. It's been an interesting experience for me, although there was a lot involved for me to do at the same time, but still, you do not consider the time, the work done, because you expect to have an outcome that's going to be useful for both the participants, but also for the community. And this is what makes me feel more relaxed. And you don't feel the burden after all this work.
Well, it's interesting, Helena, because I noticed that you were one of the few lead moderators that actually walked through the moderator professional development, and you did everything.
Yes, again.
Others kind of dropped off and said, oh, we already know all of this, but you marched through all of it. So it was helpful, I guess.
It was not just useful. You see things in a different perspective every year. From a different role that you may have to assume. But it was also entertaining for me, and it makes you feel part of a community. This is the most encouraging feeling of all.
Yeah. And we have decided as a team, to require lead moderators to participate in moderated professional development in the future. So I'm very happy to hear that input, Helena, that we're going in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you too, Christine, and everybody else.
I think that something else that helps a lot is a passion for educating and the love for, in this case, virtual worlds. Because even though AI now has revolutionized the world, and last year or 2 years ago, it was metaverse, it was like, oh, okay, we're like, now we're going there. But now, and I think AI will also revolutionize the world of virtual worlds. So there are virtual worlds for a long time. That's present and future.
Yes. Yeah. Also combined with AI, there's a lot coming in that field.
I worked with Second Life a long time ago, with Van Stevens actually. So it was, oh my goodness, more than 10, 12 years ago. And it was quite difficult. And for me, it's, I did some work with it. I never worked with students in it. Oh, I actually might have held a few classes in it. Yes, I did long ago. But how has that changed in the meantime, Helena?
You mean
Is
the
it
technology
still,
or the
well,
use?
yeah, it was so difficult at first. Has it become simpler?
For me, I mean, it's an integral part of my everyday classroom routine, whatever the age group of my learners is. And no matter what attitude they have, I try to persuade them that it's essential to use virtual reality, virtual worlds, artificial intelligence. Why should they not be updated? Why should their skills be, previous century skills? I think everybody welcomes refreshing ideas and encouragement, including adult learners. So there's acceptance. They do get persuaded and they find it entertaining, and it does bring results. Doris, you want to say something?
Yes, I had to say something, that even though Second Life hasn't become easier because the learning curve is really step one, we find a way to get students there, and thanks to Zoom, some of my latest projects right now, I also have an exhibition I create this exhibition for EVO, but now I'm going to present it also for an immersive experience for the virtual world best practices in education. And I designed a rainforest. This is the rainforest experience where you have, but this rainforest project was created with my students on Zoom. I will go there, build the things, but we talk about those things together, and they were there to given their ideas. It all started with an art exhibition, and now the second part is a quest with all the information that we collected during that project. And again, so you find a way. If you know how to use the tool, then it's just another tool. It's just another tool that, even though students cannot go there, they are happy. I have done this with teachers also. For example, Minnie from China, she couldn't even get into Second Life, but she finally found a way. We got her an avatar, and she got to, participate, even though she was. It was impossible for her. So there's nothing impossible, as if educators have. You need to know how to use the tool first. You have to walk them the experience, and then you teach others. But also get ideas on how to get people to know, and when they are ready one day, probably they will come and they will say, well, someone told me about it.
I think, Christine, also what helps is that, of course, technology has improved and landlines are faster and connectivity may be better. Despite the fact that there are still students whose internet connection is poor, or whose technology is not, it does not help much, but you can still introduce them to virtual worlds and virtual reality destinations that can also be used on their mobile phone. I mean, just at the click of a link, they land there without any lagging, without even having to register. So this is very convenient now, and it doesn't bring all the difficulties of the past, especially in Second Life, in an environment which is as rich as that.
Okay.
There is still a big community of educators there, you know. So as a matter of fact, right now they're in the middle of the conference, and I just visited. I'm here.
Well, I may have to revisit it.
You know what? And not just that,
We all
Christine,
need-
with a teleport, even all you have to do is just go in and you'll be teleported. Your friends, whoever invited you, will teleport you, and you don't have to do anything. And it's you know, you asked. I liked when Helena asked, "Do I have to hit a button to get?" Which reminds me, because that's what it's about. It's just hitting buttons, and and that's how you can teleport anyone from anywhere. I gave a keynote yesterday, and it was an amazing experience, because being in Zoom and being in Second Life, it's a whole different experience. I mean, being
Totally
here
different.
is I can't tell you. You know, I don't want to say anything bad about Zoom, but I will. Being there, you're among, I don't know. It's like being in heaven. You know, you're in heaven, and everybody's kind to you, and everybody wants to help, and everybody. You know, you can do anything. You can fly, you can run, you can sit, you can sleep, you can and
you can
connect
zoom
with,
in on
you
everything.
can zoom in, zoom out.
When can we
You're
host our best of
powerful.
EVO
You're
on Second
powerful.
Life?
You have control. You know, you have control of how you view things, as Doris mentioned. So you know, we really have to combine something. I mentioned it yesterday, Moodle or an LMS with. So we can teleport people straight from Zoom or from Moodle into Second Life.
Second Life,
yes.
I would like that. Let's
Susan
go.
says not everybody is very kind there, though. Only the educators.
Well, I'm only
Life,
talking about educators. I don't know anybody
yes,
else.
Second Life is like Facebook. Is like a social network. I mean, there are people from all over the world, and like you go into a new place. You're not going to go into the dark places. You go to where the light is. Okay, so and this is what you tell your students when you take them to Second Life. I just visited, now you were talking about Van's avatar was called Wethead Link. And I just visited his, you know, there is right now in the conference, there is a place where all the educators that had, you know, gone to better places are still there. And there's still people go remember and stay for a while, you know. And as I told you, I am here with you, but at the same time, my avatar is in Second Life right now. So give it a try. There is going to be a nice experience with Elena and the the donation team, where you can just come. You're going to be in good company and safe, and we help you.
And Elizabeth, you don't have to be a gamer. It's very easy to just move around. It's different, but you get used to it.
And if that's not enough, in September also, we have the Virtual Worlds MOOC with Nelly, and this year celebrating 10 years. So there are...
Join us for a whole month.
Yes.
We'll get you in there in September.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, you've generated lots of interest now. But we need to move on to Nelly's session.
Yeah, video-based mobile learning. Yeah, go ahead, Nelly.
Thank you very
and
much.
Sudarshana. Thank you, Helena.
Nelly, you're muted.
Yes, I am. I don't know how many years we've been doing this. It has to be at least our third year, but I've been doing it for quite some time. I usually do these courses. I try them out before I offer them on EVO, and then I know whether they work or not. My name is Nelly Deutsch, and there is a little bit about me. This is an overview. It's on a Moodle platform once again. And Moodle works by topic sections, which are called different things in other LMSs. So you can see we give them a title, and there's a syllabus, that's one section, and then there's a pre-session before we started the live online meetings, getting acquainted, interactive videos, video presentation, storytelling, and the showcase and reflect, and of course the certificate. Each section has a support form so that participants can ask questions, and questions are very welcome. The link is there. You can get it when you go into the presentation, which is on the Best of EVO WebConference Google Doc. These are the tools. Of course, book creator for the showcase, PDF gear, chat that I mentioned before that we use for the participants to get all their discussions into a PDF format so they can summarize, go through it, and showcase their work. Canva we use throughout for the presentations, DID for the introductions, video, which I didn't mention before, but I said there's another way. If DID, if you don't have any more credits because you used your credits and you don't want to pay, of course, you can use video. There are others mushrooming up as we go, but I think DID is probably the best right now. We also used Edpuzzle, Google Bard. We started with Google Bard, ended up with Gemini by the end of the course, Copilot, which is Microsoft, for information and images, ChatGPT 3, which is free, Pixton Comics, Plotagon, Storyboard, that again, free pro teacher accounts were available to the participants. Toontastic, which is hard to get these days. I still have it on my smartphone, but I don't know if you can get new accounts. Google acquired it in 2017, and since then it's hard to get, but it's a fantastic tool for students for their phones. And of course, Voki for the introductions, and YouTube was used extensively. Video-based mobile learning is about using your smartphone. Students use their smartphones. Teachers don't like so much to use most teachers, their videos, their smartphones to create videos, and that's what the session is about. It's about creating videos as a way to learn using screen recorders. They're all free. But during the course, you can either use your phone and share your videos that you used on your phone, or you can use your desktop. Students generally have their phones, depending on their age, of course. If they're young, you may not be able to use smartphones in the classroom, but it depends, of course, on the school. Older students are able to bring their phones in most universities and higher education, it's public. Screen recorders, notice they could upload the platforms to MP4, such as on YouTube, Vimeo, Streamable. They loved Streamable. I'd never used it before, but they loved it. I included it in the list. Dropbox, Canva, Dailymotion, Flickr, Edpuzzle, or Google Drive. They're all repositories for MP4s. However, you no longer need to upload anything because everything, all these screen recorders, Loom, Edpuzzle, ScreenPal, Screen Recorder, Awesome Screen Recorder, Flip, Vimeo, Video. Video is not only like DID, an image to a talking image. You take an image of yourself and then it talks when you add text to speech. But video is also screen recorder. It records your screen. And so does Padlet. If you didn't know, you can also record your screen using Padlet. And of course, TechSmith Capture, which used to be Jing, the yellow star. I don't know if you remember that. Maybe some of you do. It was very popular over 10 years ago, maybe 20 years ago. You can embed them. The problem was that participants, even though the embed code was there, they failed to see it. And then that was a problem. So if they couldn't do it, then they would do it with YouTube, for example, because YouTube is embedded automatically, and so is Vimeo in a Moodle message area. And then they also use curation boards for their work, and they could choose from any of these curation boards. Notice I didn't add Jamboard. I added FigJam and Lucid Spark because I thought that Jamboard was going to be out, but apparently it's still there. And then there are others that they could use. They also use presentation slides. And these are the ones that they could choose from. Numbers 36 registered, not that many. Apparently, maybe, I don't know, maybe there's fear with using mobile devices or with using, with creating videos, but students do it. I mean, there's Instagram, and it's a hit. And creating videos is a hit with students. They're doing it all the time. So I don't know why teachers may find it, you know, a difficult course or something that they would not want to teach in their classrooms. So this year, only 36 registered. 5 out of the 36 started, which was very, very low. I've never had this low numbers. And 3 completed out of the 5. There were 17 badges. The countries, again, the same way, they had to add their country in their profile. 17 countries, and you can see the countries that participate. I think Mali is the only odd one out. Also New Zealand, we haven't had that. The other ones are regular countries, I guess. So the 17 badges, the recipients, you can see there what they had to do: introduce themselves, use the 1, 2, 3, and then there was a form on the importance or the benefits of creating videos with smartphones. There's some research studies on that. So they had to do some reading and answer the questions. And then interactive videos in week 2, where they created videos. And there was also a discussion on the benefits and challenges of video-based mobile learning in the classroom. And then Google Bard to the rescue. Where they could create various things for their presentations using now Gemini. Week 3, they had to create a presentation on and video-based mobile activities for EFL learners and reflect on the process. Week 4, also form on the benefits and challenges creating videos for storytelling this time, because the idea behind videos is to tell stories. That's what videos do. They tell stories, and I think that this is who we are. We are storytellers. That's what we do. We tell stories. Not just teachers tell stories, but everybody tells stories. I mean, look at TikTok. It's full of videos by young learners, by adult learners. Everybody wants to create their story. That's what it's about. I'm not talking about making money out of it. I'm talking about just for the fun of it. We create videos. So I'm hoping that, I don't know, maybe next year we'll get more. Every year is different. And then, of course, the showcase and reflect using Book Creator. There's also video here that one of the participants created that I found very, very heartwarming. Bless her, she did so much work. It is, I think, about 5 minutes. I don't think I'm going to play it, but you can play it from the presentation. As I said, they're all available on the Best of EVO 2024 web conference. So you can get it there. The idea, of course, is to use your phone for videos, not just alone, but with an AI tool to make the process even more engaging. And you're not alone these days, because you can create videos and there'll be more with AI tools. So it's really not that hard to create videos, especially with screen recorders. These are some of the comments, and notice that they learned a lot about artificial intelligence, because that was a huge part of it in video-based mobile learning. And notice it has been a big challenge for me over the last few months, considering family commitments and work. Despite the lack of time, I've always found the time to complete assignments. Isn't that nice? In this course, which has been fulfilling, especially when I have received positive feedback. Okay, that's sweet. And I think that's important, the feedback, to not to, because it is lonely to work online. to provide that. How are you? How are you doing? To connect with the participants all the time, to ensure that they're okay, that they're progressing, to watch their progression. And on Moodle, there is a tool that allows you to go through it and see how they're progressing, if they're coming in, if they're not doing anything. So I kept constantly, trying to find out if everything's okay, if they need anything, any help, so that they're not alone, because 5 or even 10 participants is not enough to feel that you're not alone. A class full of participants like AI for ELT, where we had 400 participants and 90 that completed it, who were very active. That makes a difference because they can connect. So it's really important to have those numbers. And if you don't have those numbers, it's very hard to work in the course. No matter what, that support, peer support, is super important to get the participants to work together as a team. But if they're not there, if only 5 start the course, that's kind of difficult and challenging. Right. So these are the digital badges that were offered and the certificates. And these are the references that we used. And I'm going to end here so that I don't take too much of your time, and see if there are any questions. And there's nobody after me, so we can end earlier. How's that? So if everybody can turn on their camera, we can also have a team photo.
There are 2 more sessions
Today?
Yeah.
Yes, we're not
Are you
finished
serious?
yet, Nelly.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
We go
Oh
on till
my
2.
gosh. I thought this is it, the V. The
No,
V for,
no.
oh,
We
thank
can still take a
it's the
picture,
end
but
of mine.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Sorry about that. Just that I'm exhausted. Okay. Okay. All right.
Big
So let me
thanks,
make sure.
Natalie.
Thank you. All right. So I
Thanks
guess
for
they can't,
hosting for
in that
us.
case, they can't start. I'm so sorry. I would have made it longer, but I thought, well, we'll just go home faster, right? Go home. We're all home, right? Okay. So let me see if I can,
Do you have anything else to share about
yeah,
the
I also want to share
session?
that I was alone in this session. I was all by myself, and that was pretty
Oh.
lonely. I think having co-moderators is very helpful and very
Yes.
important, not to be alone. But even though there were very few participants, nonetheless, I think that it's important. So I'm going to give co-host. Are there any questions though?
Yeah, Nelly,
Anyone here?
what do you
Anyone here who
attribute?
took the course? Sorry, anyone here who took the course and wants to speak, feel free to unmute yourself. Yes, Christine, sorry.
What do you attribute this to that so few signed up? Because I think in
that
the
the
past you had
topic, I think the topic is for young people. I think the topic is probably, who creates videos these days? It's definitely not teachers, or maybe they're afraid of creating, they don't realize that it's not for them, it's for their students. But I think it's really important because that's what students do. Even young learners are constantly creating TikTok videos on their phones.
So maybe retitle the course?
Yeah,
Nelly?
probably call it TikTok for your students. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, change the name. You're right. Yeah,
But
video
to me,
based
it
is
was
too
clear
heavy.
that it was for teachers,
It
to
is
use
for
for students.
teachers.
Yes.
It is, but yeah.
Odd.
No, I don't think it's odd. I don't know. I didn't think it was odd. I thought it was. I could understand it. I could understand it. I think Lucy, you're here. You took the course last year, I believe. I don't know if anybody else is here. There were a lot more participants last year. Yeah, maybe the name needs to change. Who else is giving? Yes, go ahead.
I didn't take the course, Nelly. I was
Oh, you
interested
didn't?
in it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry,
So
haven't
join us
done it
next
yet.
year with another name.
Thanks.
Yeah, kids nowadays could spend like hours watching those shorts or reels or
Exactly. They're creating them. So why not do this in the classroom? That's what I thought. I thought that would be something that, well, would you like to take it next year if you're here?
I know now teachers they're sharing their reels, like very short 30-second videos on Instagram as well, showing how to teach. So that would perhaps
Yeah, but
be
that's not your typical teacher. You know what I mean? That's your creator. How many teachers are out there creating content on Shorts or on Instagram? Or I mean, there are some, and they're making a living out of it. But how many regular, so-called, typical teachers do that?
Yep.
Do you know
Not
any? I
many
mean, I know because I
because
know.
not many, Nelly, because again, there's that lack of technical knowledge. Everything is moving
Oh,
at a
I don't know
speed
about.
that
Oh, you think
we
so?
can't keep up. We can't keep
It's
up. It's
easy
the
to create a
teenagers.
video. Just join video. Well, we'll call it a different name. Just join this course. You'll see how easy it is to create videos.
No, I know it is. I create my own as well.
Exactly.
Like,
So
for my own purposes,
It
for
is
my
easy.
class students
For
as
my
well.
from
It is easy. And
from
OPS
my
is an amazing
So Doris,
platform.
do you want to join me
sorry.
next year as a
Yes.
moderator? Yay!
Ay. From my experience, what happened with students even using Zoom? They turn off the camera because they are shy. Even though you got these new influencers, because there are a lot of the young generation, they are used to these things. Still, students when they learn the language, like they are kind of shy. I had to tell them, please turn on the camera. I want to see you.
No, but Zoom is different. You know what? They don't want my students during the pandemic didn't want to turn their cameras on when it wasn't necessary anymore. I mean, the principal decided that we're not going to make this a requirement, but they were creating their TikToks and they were doing it during recess and everything. They were just out there with their phones and they were dancing and they were talking. So they were exposing themselves on, for TikTok, but not for the Zoom meetings that we had. So why is that, do you think? Because it's teachers. Nobody wants to expose themselves in front of teachers.
Or perhaps they didn't want you to see where they lived.
Well, TikTok, they use it in their homes too. So yeah, I know what you're talking about, Sue. There was that. You're right. There was that, but not in this case. In this case, it was something else. Or they were in their pajamas, of course, that it was early in the morning for them during the pandemic. So who else do I give rights to in our next session? Olenka, right?
Olenka, no, right now we
No,
have
later on.
Mariana later.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm giving
Mariana,
it to
Ruben,
Mariana,
Olenka,
right?
Miguel.
Who?
Miguel.
Miguel, okay.
Mariana, yes, and Ruben.
And Ruben.
Ruben,
yeah.
I saw, yes, good.
Yes.
Sorry what I did to you guys. I'm really sorry.
Don't
Okay.
worry, Nelly.
And
Let's see. Let's
who
see.
else? Tell me if I missed anyone so I can give them.
Yeah, the next after Mariana and Ruben present is
Yeah, I know.
Gracia
So who
is not
else?
going to Gracia
Who?
is not going to join us in the
Oh, she's-
beginning. After
Oh, okay.
later, so Miguel is going to present to start the
Okay,
presentation.
so let me find Miguel. I don't. Maybe I gave it to him already. I don't see Miguel.
I don't see him either.
Well, yeah, probably
Okay,
later.
so when he comes back,
later
I mean,
when he
I did see him before. Okay, I also saw Grazia. Okay. Okay, just keep me posted. I'll try to keep an eye on them. Any other questions about videos as a way to learn? By the way, you can go into the course as well and see what's there as a guest. Take a
Nearly
look.
also now AI can make video.
That's what I was saying. That's for next year.
Sora is coming. Oh my gosh.
Exactly. That's for
Have you had
next
the
year.
chance to see Sora? Ooh.
Yeah, that's why that's for next year. Next year, we're going to create videos with AI tools. So it'll be easier. Okay, so join us. Mariana, you're going to come, right? We all have good intentions. I also want to join your course, and I've been trying to join, and I don't have time.
That would be great, Nelly.
Yes, because I believe in what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
So Nelly, in the comments,
Yes,
in
I'm
the
looking for
chat, yeah, Susan offered to co-moderate and also a suggested title for the session, TikTok for teaching.
Yes, love it. Thank you, Susan. That was Susan, right? Right, Susan.
Yes.
That would be wonderful. It's about time we got together. Great. All right, so we'll be in touch. Thank you.
I only dance in Second Life. I'm not going to dance with TikTok.
You don't have to dance, you just have to talk. Or you can bring it to Second Life. You can do that. You can combine Second Life with TikTok. And you can dance. And put your video on TikTok.
Well, I had made some recordings of pioneer dancing, yes, with Zoom, recorded with Zoom and made a video.
So add it to TikTok. We could dance together, Doris, if you want.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see
Hello.
you. Hi.
Hello, Ruben.
Hello, Ruben.
Hi, Mariana. Hi.
Is anyone else presenting besides you and Mariana, Ruben?
No, just the two of us.
Okay.
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 Yes.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you. I think if Mariana and Ruben are ready, we could start. Are you guys ready?
Yes, we are. Can I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, Mariana.
Thank you, Ruben. Over to you.
Okay, just a second. Just for the timing. Okay. All right, so shall we start now? Yes?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Well, okay, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone in different parts of the world. My name is Ruben Macei, and together with my dear colleague Mariana Serra and a team of moderators, we carried out the EVO 2024 Teacher Research for Professional Development last January, February. Well, this is the name of our workshop, Teacher Research for Professional Development, and the aim of our presentation today. And we would like to thank all the organizing committee for this invitation to be part of this Best of EVO 2024. So thank you very much. So the aim of our presentation, well, is to introduce the session we moderated recently, and also to discuss the session in some way, presenting some background information, also some overview of weekly tasks, some examples, and to showcase some outcomes, or to talk about some of the outcomes or possible outcomes coming in the near future. Maybe Mariana, if you can go back to the previous slide to show the team of moderators. Probably the first one, I think it's clearer. Yeah. Thank you, Mariana. Mariana and myself moderated the session and organized the session as the lead moderators, as in previous years as well. And we had a wonderful team of moderators who took on the role of mentors during the session. Because teacher research is about working with teachers, working together with colleagues from two main roles, mentors and mentees. So you can see there nice photos, yeah, of the moderators and ourselves and the teachers. The moderators were from different countries, as you can see there, together with the flags. And this is important because it gives the session, an international perspective, context, but also a cultural context. Yes, we exchange information on teaching and our students learning with teachers from different parts of the world, as we are going to see. I'm going to show you later on in some of the slides for the participants. And it's great to see how, despite being from different corners of the world and different cultures, we shared, as we always say with Mariana and with all the community, we share similar concerns, similar issues related to teaching and our students learning. And mostly what tied us closely together is the passion for teaching, yes, and for our students learning. These were us, yes, lead moderators and moderators. And Mariana, if you could please move on to the next, not the next one, but the next one, okay? Yes, the objective one. The session was mainly on teacher research. And what we want to emphasize, and this is connected to the objectives I'm going to mention in some minutes, in some seconds, let's say, it has to do with presenting teachers with a view of research that is not the formal research or the academic research or the top-down research. We call it precisely teacher research. In previous editions of the session in the EVO, we call it classroom-based research, precisely to emphasize the important role of teachers themselves as as researchers, yes, and even anyone with no experience in research can start their own explorations and their own process of research, for their specific contexts, yes. And so we say that instead of being top-down research, we call it bottom-up, yes, because it starts precisely from every single teacher with their particular classes and in their specific context. And from that on, they move on in the different stages of the research process, right? That's why the main objectives, as you can see there in the slides, were precisely that by the end of this, the 5-week session, teachers could understand research as a way of professional development. That is why this is part of the title of our session, Teacher Research for Professional Development, because it's a long life learning. Yes, when you are exploring or researching your own classes, you are also exploring your own teaching and your students' learning. Another objective was to develop autonomy, an agency to engage in research for professional development. And another objective, and this is very important as well and practical, is to design or to implement a small-scale research in teachers' own classrooms or in their teaching institutions, in their schools or universities of higher level education as well. So the objective on our part was also to guide participants, teachers, participants in their research process, especially for those teachers who have never done research before. So we guide them and mentor them. Yes, we work together in conversations, in dialogues, through the different stages of the process of research, basically exploring their own classrooms, identifying a topic to explore, to research, which could be a problem, a concern, an issue in their teaching or in their students' learning. But also we highlight that they can start also from success stories, what we call success stories. That is some aspect of teaching or learning that they see as an asset, as something positive, and that they want to continue developing and improving, yes, on that topic, right? So after identifying the topic, the other stage is to start exploring, then to frame their research questions, yes, and to answer those questions, they will have to think of how they are going to collect data, information, so that they can find the answers to those research questions. So once they have the data, we guide them to different research methodologies like quantitative, qualitative, and all the subdivisions within them. And then we guide them how to analyze the data with different processes. And one of the last and most satisfying, let's say, stages is when participants, share their findings of their research. Then Mariana will tell you about the outcomes, yes, give you more information about that. But basically, this is the main objective, yes, to tell teachers or to make them reflect that research is not only the academic research, which requires a lot of reading, a lot of writing, etc., or even to implement someone else's research in their classrooms, but on the contrary is that they can start the process themselves, identifying, as I mentioned before, a topic and then develop in all the stages of the research process. So I think this is my part. Yes. So Mariana, if you would like to tell participants more about the weekly tasks or the outcomes of the workshop, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruben. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you, EVO organizers, for giving us this opportunity of providing teacher research EVO session again this year. And thank you, Ruben, for accompanying this year as a lead moderator, accompanying me as a lead moderator this year as well. We are a wonderful pair together with our team of moderators. We have had a great time together. Okay, people, thank you, Ruben, for your presentation. Yes, here you can see some information on the workshop. Yes, 90 participants registered, and from 10 to 16 participants attended our weekly live meetings, and they actively participated during the meetings. There were very, very enriching discussions during our breakout activities on Saturdays. Okay, and participants came from Egypt, the Philippines, Kenya, Argentina, Croatia, Ethiopia, Honduras, Turkey, Morocco, Jordan, Pakistan, Uzbekistan, Nepal, and El Salvador. Yes. All right. In relation to getting a certificate, okay, we asked participants that they would get them but the requirement had to do with participating actively during our synchronous meetings and participating, yes, on Canvas, our platform, right? Not only by submitting their opinions or comments on their experiences, but also by making comments on other participants' experiences. All right, we are thinking about having a final roundup session. Why? Because, as Ruben said, some of the participants have not implemented their research projects yet. They will be doing it starting doing it at the end of March or beginning in April, because that's in March their lessons are starting. Yes, so, and some of the participants are finishing their exploration stages. So with Ruben and our team of moderators, first we thought about having a final roundup session in April or May, but right now we are thinking about having it in August. Yes. What does it mean? That we will be in touch with those participants, yes, till the time of the roundup session, right? They will not be alone, all right? So we will continue guiding them, yes, during the implementation of their teacher research projects till the end, and we will also be guiding them with poster preparation, yes, and the preparation of their presentations for the roundup session as well. All right. We wanted to share with you something that, we, an idea we included this year, and that's why we wrote Innovation 2024. And this idea had to do with offering personalized support. Yes, so what does it mean? We participants started working in one-to-one online interactions with one of our moderators in breakout rooms since our third online meeting. Okay, so that was a wonderful opportunity because participants could get immediate feedback, and they asked about their doubts, they made comments, and it was like having a close conversation, yes, with one of our moderators. They were very, very happy about it, and the feedback we got about this innovation was wonderful. With Ruben, we thought about it implementing during our third online meeting. And as it worked, and it worked so well, we decided to go on implementing it. Yes, great. As it says on the screen, during those breakout activities, what we did was to share a chart with our moderators. So moderators worked or guided the participants in one-to-one interactions, and at the same time completed, yes, that chart which was related to our teacher researchers progress. Yes, they did not have to do it after our sessions. They did it while interacting, and they reported on their progress at the end of each of our sessions. And another innovative idea we included this year was that we had a previous meeting at our first online meeting with our team of moderators in December, last December. So we invited them to complete a chart. Yes, you can see our chart on the screen. During that first online meeting, we invited them to be protagonists. Yes, during each of our sessions. Yes, we would be, Ruben and I would be moderating the session and in charge of different parts. But we would not be giving presentations on the topics of each week. They would be doing it. So we gave them a deadline. So they could complete the chart according to the topic of their interest. As you can see there, for example, week 1 was, the presentation during week 1 was given by Ella and Vanita. The first presentation was related to the exploration stage and the action stage. All right, so they even asked us, can we work in pairs? And there was a big time difference between them. We said, it's up to you. If you want to do it individually, it would be great. If not, you can work in pairs. And that's the way they organized. Yes, they chose a pattern and they chose a topic as well. So they were supposed to make their presentations, send those presentations to us beforehand. Yes, we gave them our feedback and then it was their section. Yes, we were very, very happy about this because they felt that they did not only provide feedback on Canvas, yes, during the week, but they could also be protagonists during our online meetings. Yes, those two ideas were really interesting and we got very, very, very good results. All right, let's see. There I'm sharing again. Right. Okay, and then let's see. I would like to show this slide to you. This has to do with the different moments. Yes, as you can see, right, ways of gathering information for your research questions by Isegul and Erken, data analysis by Sylvia, all right? So those are pictures which we took during their different presentations. All right, so I think it's time for you to make comments, to make suggestions as well, to ask us questions if you want. I will stop sharing. And while I stop sharing my screen, I would like to add that, all right, with Ruben, we will be in maybe next week or the following, as I said, start being in contact again with our participants, yes, following our journey till August, yes, when they will be making their presentations. Yes, we will be working together with the mentoring teacher research EVO session as well. Would you like to add anything else, Ruben?
No, Mariana, I think you have completed everything well. So maybe we can add something else if participants here, the audience has any questions or comments about the session. We are more than happy to answer.
Yes. Thank you for your comments in the chat box. Zeden, also Lucy, Susan, thank you very much. Any questions? Any other comments? We are also very, very happy because participants from countries who had not participated in previous editions took part this year. Yes, thank you, Rila. It says that orientation sounds encouraging. I would like to join for sure. You are welcome to join us next year. And Doris says, congratulations, thanks for sharing your work. I love the idea of having participants to present the contents. During our closing ceremony, we invited one of our participants, an Argentinian, to talk about her comments and to give feedback during that online meeting about our EVO session. She is one. We think that she is one of the participants who will be presenting her research project during our round-off session.
Mariana and Ruben, how many teachers do you think you will have in August to be presenting? Do you have any idea?
Maybe around 18, yes, considering those who have been taking part, yes, actively, right? Probably 18. Yes, we are never sure until the last moment, but probably 18, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And
how often are you going to stay in touch with them again?
Mainly, I think, Mariana, correct me if I am wrong, but mainly once a month.
Once a month, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. We key contacts. Let's say with key information and interacting with key information in each month, right? Of course, they can contact us or the moderators whenever they feel necessary.
Right.
Yes, we are open to guide and to share material, etc. Yes.
So you will keep your Canvas course open during that period of time also?
Yes. In case they have our email contacts or some of them even our WhatsApp numbers, but yes, I think it would be a good idea to have the Canvas open.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's no reason to close it, so just keep it open.
Yeah, because
it's
also a bank
I posted
of
another
resources.
question. What were the biggest challenges? I think you're probably alluding to one of the challenges, and you've taught this course over quite a few years. So what continues to be the biggest challenge?
Well, one of the challenges, which has solutions, let's say, is that because it is an international, these EVO sessions are international, right? There are teachers from different countries and with different school year, with different school dates for the school. Yeah. Yes. So, for example, here in Argentina or in the southern hemisphere, teachers generally are on summer holidays when the session is delivered, right? So if we ask them, well, first we ask them to sort of carry out the research process, but it was almost impossible because they had no students, yes, to work with. So we realized that it was a challenge. So we invited teachers, those who are having classes at the moment of the session at the same time, they can start implementing or researching, exploring those classes. And those who are on summer holidays at school, they plan their research process. That is, they create a research plan. And when they start school, they start implementing and carrying out the research. That's one of the reasons also, as Mariana mentioned, that even in March, because in the previous editions, we did the final roundup more or less 1 month or 3 weeks after the session was finished. But this was too soon, and even with that time, teachers were not still at school or they were just starting the school year. So we decided to to take this to take more time. Yes, so probably August would be a good time when teachers well can implement their exploration and research, right?
Yeah, yeah. Go
Mhm.
ahead.
Yeah.
It's
And any other
interesting how
challenge?
the two hemispheres, you know, how this interplay presents enormous challenges. Susan Mardi had mentioned, you know, that we should be running the sessions in the summer, and that would present difficulties in the US for anybody delivering a session in the US, because summer is vacation time here. So yeah, and you have the opposite problem.
Yes.
So yeah, I really appreciate what you're doing there, and I appreciate the fact that you didn't throw in the towel, because this is very difficult to bring everybody under one hat, and you seem to have found a solution. That's really admirable.
Yes, and
Thank
the
you,
other challenge,
Christine.
but this is the challenge is overcome, let's say, or teachers overcome this representation of research they have, is to show them that, as I mentioned at the very beginning, is that this is not a workshop, a session on a formal research or academic research, but it's serious research. Yes, it is, of course, but starting from a different point of departure, which is the point of departures are the teachers themselves. Yes.
Right.
So, but they soon realize that this is possible, and they feel, I think, they feel happy because they say, "Oh, I didn't know I could research my own classroom." Yes, myself, right? So,
Well,
yeah.
I do have another question, if I may. I conducted some action research in my own classroom some time ago, and I'm wondering if you see a difference in the definition of action research versus what you are doing, teacher research. So, yeah.
Well, it's similar, yes, but even in action research, there may be in some cases some view on theories or what others have done on the topic you are exploring or researching. Yes, in this case is I mean, reading about the topic teachers want to research is not necessary. It's not a must. It could be in some way in action research, yes, or in more formal research, right?
Yeah.
So the theory is important. We are not saying that, no, and formal research or academic research is valuable, of course, yes, but this is giving agency to teachers, yes, so that they can make their own decisions in relation to what they want to explore or research in their particular classes, yes, in their specific classrooms. But it's quite similar, yes. Maybe this teacher research or classroom-based research has an exploratory stage, yes, a moment where they explore to sort of tune what they want to research later on, yes. Informal research, this could be generally it's called an exploratory study, yes, where you explore to see what's going on, yes, and then you go to more concrete stages or actions in relation to your research, yes.
Okay.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Yes, Christine, I would also like to add to what Ruben has just said, that we motivate our participants to explore their classrooms. I mean, this exploration stage is very, very important to us. Yes, before taking action. Yes, after exploring, okay, this idea of reflecting, analyzing and reflecting what to do, whether to go on exploring or whether to implement action. Yes?
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, sorry, Mariana. Seden in the chat box is saying that this type of research is teacher research, is research done by teachers, yes, themselves. Thank you,
That's
Seden.
all right.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ruby and Mariana, for your presentation. It's very nice to learn more, see the insights of how you ran the session, and also how you're going to follow up with these teachers, right? That's very good. Our next session is learning engagement through virtual apps. Thank you, Doris. And we invite Miguel, right? I think Miguel is going to be presenting for the team, start the presentation. Miguel, is anyone going to present besides you? So we can give you hosting?
Yes, actually everyone is participating, but I will start
Okay. Okay, so Nelly can actually provide the permissions, co-host permissions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's just check if everyone has. Nelly. Nelly is probably.
I started sharing the presentation.
Yeah, that's great. Glenda has 2 accounts. I'm not sure which one she wants, so I'll just do both. But I only see Glenda, you, and Mary. I don't.
You also need Marisa or Marisa Bell Huacho.
Yeah, Zuleika
Mary. Yeah,
has already. I think everyone
Marisa,
should be.
Glenda,
Marisa.
and Gracia.
I don't see Marisa as a co-host yet.
No.
Yes, I am here.
Yeah,
right, but you don't have co-host privileges yet, nor does Glenda.
Yeah.
Okay. Nelly, are you here?
Yeah, they both have it. I see it. Glenda has
You
it.
do?
Yep.
Do we need to refresh the screen or something?
No, you should be able to see what I see.
Yes, yeah. Glenda
Am I a
already.
co-host?
Yeah.
I don't see I am.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So welcome everyone. Thanks for joining us today for our annual Best of EVO 2024, right? And without further ado, I would like to ask Miguel to start the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here presenting at the Best of EVO. Our topic is learning engagement through virtual apps. The lead moderator was Gracia Mendoza from Honduras. She will be later joining us. We also had Mary Alegra from Venezuela, Glenda Gallardo from Peru, Olenka Villavicencio from Peru also, Zuleika Zapatero from Panama, Marisa Huacho from Peru, and myself, Miguel Carranza from El Salvador. And this is the agenda we had for our presentation. We will have some background about the presentation, and we'll talk about the participants, who they were, where they come from. We'll talk about the daily activities. We'll talk about the 5 weeks we had, and we will present some of the outcomes we had, the achievement the participants had, and my colleagues will also talk about some of the takeaways, some of the learning products we had, and some lessons we also achieved in this course, and we will talk about some future plans, and at the end we will have time for a Q&A session. Concerning the outcomes based on the planning we had participants talk about the importance of apps for various contexts. Some of them did not have a lot of a good accessibility to internet. Some others do not have the resources. So they discuss the relevance of apps for their own context. They talk about the benefits and the disadvantages that some apps may represent for their own context. And they also discuss some strategies that they can be incorporated when applying the apps in their classrooms. They get to analyze, evaluate, and reflect on the integration of apps for their classes. They even design lesson plans, and they analyze how the classes went. At the end, they had this capstone project, which was the creation of an app portfolio in which they discuss the different apps they were exposed to and the benefits and the disadvantages that each one had for them based on their own context. Now, concerning the participants, well, we had 50 participants who registered first. However, only 22 engaged in the work of the different weeks. At the end, only 15 completed the courses, completed all the tasks that were distributed during the different weeks. 15 of them got badges and certificates. And the teachers work in different levels from kindergarten to high school. Some also work in college, and some also worked teaching adults. They came from different countries, from Argentina, Peru, Venezuela, Greece, Canada, Kenya, Turkey, Serbia, United States, England, and yeah, they were from different countries of the world. In terms of engagement for us is a very important term. We expected the participants, or through the apps, to promote learning, to promote independence and motivation for learning, for language learning. And participants talk about that, and they told us how motivating some of the apps could be or were for their particular classes. So participants appreciated the fact that they could share and that they could implement some apps for their classes. Participants, they were making changes, like following the Kaizen philosophy. They were making some minor changes, but they were, the idea was to improve their classes. And we could see that, we could notice that participants enjoyed participating throughout the different apps. They were exposed to Padlet, Mirror, Poly Everywhere, ChatGPT, Genially, Bard, Magic School Bus, to mention some of them. Now, Glenda will tell you more about what happened, how week one went. Glenda Gallardo, please.
Thank you, Miguel. Yes, well, can you help me changing the slides, please? Okay, yes, there you go. So in week number one, participants completed 5 tasks, right? And the first one was a Word document where they had to unscramble the information and they had to read, reflect, and share. And it was a very good opening of the week because we were discussing the advantages and disadvantages of using apps and AI in our lessons. And then the second task was, again, some reflection, but this time there was an article, not to unscramble, but an article to read and reflect and share. So there was a lot of reflection at the beginning of week one, number one. And then we started talking about the apps. Yes, we introduced quizzes, Mirror, and we did some AI with ChatGPT with great emphasis on how to, well, the prompting, how to write a prompt that was of benefit of the person giving or using this tool. And we invited participants in the fourth task to apply one of these apps we had presented, or the AI, in this case, ChatGPT. So we invited them to explore this and to choose one and to try to create or design a class with it. Yes, and then they had to put that into practice and share it, their reflections. And they only had one task, the last one, task number 5, which was to revise the portfolio. So it is differently to other last year's LIVA. This time it was like gradually. So in week number 1, they were introduced to this collaborative Padlet, and there they had to just look at the first part of the portfolio and think about their philosophy. Yes, can you change the slide now? So this was what we did to sum up. And in the next slide, you can see some screenshots of the Miro they were using, where they shared their thoughts, the quizzes they played, and an example of the discussion forum. And you see the people participating and answering each of the members and engaging in conversations. So the achievements were the increased digital literacy by exploring various educational apps, as well as AI, enhanced planning and organizational skills by preparing to use these apps and AI tools effectively in teaching. And there was a lot of collaboration, so developed collaboration skills through sharing thoughts on Miro and engaging in online discussions. So now our dear moderator from Panama, Zuleika, is going to share with you what happened in week number 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenda. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, an overview of week number 2. The title of week number 2 was Incorporating Apps Virtually and In-Person Application. And in person. So the idea that participants will engage using discovering and learning about new apps that they can use in their in-person sessions. So by the end of the week, participants evaluated apps that can be incorporated in their teaching practice. For this week, we provide them with 4 specific tasks. Number 1, review of a list of virtual apps and evaluate the feasibility of that application. Again, they have to continue reflecting and contributing with responses to 3 guided questions. For task number 2, they reflect on the topic of digital literacy and how it links, how it is connected to the use of learning engagement through virtual apps. Again, the purpose was to reflect and contribute, providing their responses, but also contributing with the peers or participants' comments. For task number 3, they analyze lessons that incorporate apps and explore these apps. For example, Poll Everywhere, Padlet, Google Docs, ClassPoint, Conquer, and Crayon. Yes, so we provide them with some examples of lessons, and then they have to apply one of the apps in that lesson. Yes, so they can see how it can benefit, how useful it can be in their classes. And for task number 3, they continue working on that collaborative portfolio that will present at the end of the course of the session. So during the week, they continuously work, collaborate, contribute, provide comments to their participants. What are the achievements? Well, it was an active participation and interaction among participants with the different tasks, the introduction and use of new apps in their classes. For some, there were new apps. For others, they mentioned that, yeah, they use it, but we find other new things that they can use or they can do with those apps. Besides some practical activities that were provided during the session, also they explore lesson plans that match with the apps. And finally, create a collaborative portfolio, as I mentioned it, Poll Everywhere, Padlet, Conquer, Crayon, ClassPoint. The idea also is that they engage, know about the use of the app, and practice, because practice is the key for this. Also, for week number 2, the achievements, we have the collaborative Padlet, the first task in which they reflect, contribute, and respond to the guided questions. Yeah, they provided great examples and experiences about their teaching practices, and including the use of apps. And then the example of the final portfolio, in which also they interact, providing different examples and referring to some experiences, how they have used the apps, how the students also have react using them, and the benefits that they gained through the use of apps that definitely change the way in which we are teaching in our practices. Thank you. So let's continue with an overview of week number 3. with Olenka.
Okay, well, hello everybody. First, we did a survey, okay? We used Google Club, where the participants choose the application that they use the most. In that case, ChatGPT, artificial intelligence tools, and also the Padlet, and some of them Wavelet as well. So from the overview, in this description, by the end of the week, participants will have reflect on apps that suit their teaching contents, and they have to differentiate between apps that can be integrated into their teaching practice. For all of the reasons, we use 3 different tasks, okay, using different applications. Task number 1 was explore and became familiar with 4 online tools. Some of them were Dalevart, AI that now is Gemini, DID, Genially, and also the Wavelet. All the participants tried to choose one tech tool and one artificial intelligence tool on the Wavelet side, where they described also why they use this application. Task number 2, they choose only one activity from the 2 apps using the classroom, and they write a detailed description. Where did they do that? In a forum, okay? Or some of them created a digital world. Share reflection on the discussion forum when they participated a lot. And task number 3, continue working on your collaborative application portfolio on Padlet. Next one, please. So as you can see, next slide, please. Okay, so as you can see, the first one was the Wavelet. Okay, the second one was the forum when they interact with each other to reflect different tools, and also they were very happy interacting and showing what they did in their classes. And the last one was the portfolio on Padlet, where our achievements were mastering new technology, successful exploring became proficiency in online tools. They were very happy exploring some new for them that was in the past part. This broadened the digital literacy and equipped participants to use different education applications effectively. Number 2 is strategy planning to improve instruction. They were different kind of application, artificial intelligence tool in their teaching practice. That was the most important. Some of them didn't teach in the summer, but they put into practice with some private students, and also they really like to prepare that material for the next session. And the last one was foster collaboration learning environment, and they actively participating in discussion and also share insight to different collaborative. One is the Wavelet, the curation platform, and the other one is the Padlet. Thank you very much. Right now is Mary Allegra from Venezuela from the week number 4.
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Mary Allegra. I was in charge of moderating week number 4 along my colleague Glenda Gallardo. And the main objectives of this week number 4 are very similar to the ones my colleagues shared before. So participants were supposed to reflect on apps that suit their teaching context, and also to differentiate between apps that could be integrated into their teaching practice. And this week number 4 was mainly AI. So everybody was, very curious about the different artificial intelligence tools that we were offering them to practice a little bit. And this task number 1 that you will see here for week number 4 is also very similar. This is something that we all share in our group, and is that we want our students to read academic, to have academic literature in which they can see which the main tools are. So they had to choose one of the 3 articles that we offer them about AI tools for education. They had to read them, and also they had to share their thoughts in the discussion forum. And for our surprise, instead of reading one of the articles, many of them read the three of them and 2 of them. And then on our task number 2, it was time to explore the different AI tools, and we told them to explore at least 3 of them, to explore them, to generate 3 teaching resources using the AI tools chosen, and they had to share their thoughts in a discussion forum, and to interact among them. And we offered the 8 AI tools that you can see here, and we grouped them into 3. So you can see that there were AI tools for generating lesson plans, rubrics, questions from text, audios, etc. And there was Diffit, Edu8, Magic AI, and Scamly. And then we had another group of AI tools for generating presentations that are simplified. We have Canva, Magic Studio, and Gamma. And also the last one was Magic School, okay? But that was for generating questions from YouTube videos. So then our task number 3 was to apply those activities they generated through the AI tools and to tell us what how it was in the classroom. And they need to share their thoughts about that in the discussion forum and share those experiences among all the participants. Then on task number 4, they had to continue working on the portfolio that they started on week number 1. All right, and they had to say which was the easiest or the most difficult one of the 3 AI tools. And in here, I mean, I'm very proud to say that here in the achievement, one of the things that we are very proud is that instead of using 3 AI tools, I mean, they use even more of the ones that we requested them to use. So they went beyond. I don't know if they were very curious. I suppose the curiosity of knowing if those AI tools would really work in their environments made them work and go beyond our expectations. And also, this is an achievement that repeated from the beginning and is a good level of interaction among the participants. I think they created kind of a fellowship among them, and they were, I mean, all giving feedback to each one. And also, of course, the incorporation of AI tools. Some of our participants already knew about AI tools, and they knew some of the ones we offered during week number 4, but they were very happy also of using new AI tools that we were offered on week number 4. Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to my colleague, Marisa Huacho. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary, and good morning, everyone. Well, good morning from Peru. Hi. Please, here in the weekend number 5, we had some specific objectives, but before telling that, I would like to highlight that it was a very beautiful week because it was a week of celebration. Our plan was to celebrate all participants' outcomes. Okay, they did really nice jobs. They also gave us a lot of good input, and well, it was I'm going to mention the objectives. So by the end of the week number 5, our participants, the objective was that they would have highlighted through the collaborative app portfolio that was mentioned by Glenda. They all had access to the app portfolio where they every week inserted some of the contributions. Also, this week was supposed to be very, very especially important because they started to provide recommendations about the experiences they had to others, to their colleagues. And well, during the session, because you know we had also once a week and a synchronic session, we tried to motivate them, to share and to reflect on each other's work. We tried an activity during the synchronic session. We had a recap time using a game. And also we had the opportunity to write some takeaways using one of our tools that was Miro, introduced in the first weeks. So then it was part of the synchronic one. Now, during the week, I'm describing the tasks they had. So task number 1, here we had just 3 tasks because, you know, it was the last week and the main idea was for them to share and to read, and to interact about the contributions they presented. The task number 1 was to reflect. Okay, they had 3 topics to reflect on. One was about the tech tools they found the most useful, and they had explained why. The second was also talk about the challenges they faced. And finally, they had to tell us which were the apps or the AI tools they wanted to use right then, okay, maybe this year, and apply them into their teaching practice. Here, as you can see, I'm sharing some of the screenshots they had. They mentioned there were some participants who were so creative to also not go beyond. They went beyond, as Mary said, no, because they prepared, for example, in this case, a video. So they didn't only write or shared in the forum, but they also prepared a nice video that most of us could see, and we had also the replies and the feedback that was excellent. Miguel, please, could you help us with the next slide for tasks? In the task number 2, that was the moment, like when the course was coming to an end, where they had to reflect on everything they lived, okay, the past weeks, all this work, this interaction, these forums, ideas they were preparing, they shared with the other colleagues. During these weeks, apart from doing the tasks, the participants also had the opportunity to reflect on their own realities, their teaching realities. And it was very enriching because also the moderators, including the moderators, we all learned from each other, not the challenges, sometimes this resilience from a lot of the colleagues and how they could manage to give the best, no, to the classrooms, sometimes with more or less access to technology. Well, here, as you can see in the task number 2, they had one question. It was asking for giving advice. And well, I just copied here some of the screenshots of the interesting input they had. They wrote, as you can see, quite a good amount of texts telling us everything that could possibly help to others. And it was really, really inspiring. As a summary of the achievements, I can share with you about this week number 5. So we have them here on the right section. I can say that these participants, the participants of this ELEVA course, gained a deeper understanding of various virtual and AI tools all through the 5 weeks, of course, especially the first 4, because they were exposed to different tools. And one of the main outputs was that they try to use them, but to engage, as the title of our course says, more to the students in the classes. The second achievement, it was related to their active participation. It's something that my colleagues have already mentioned. So then they were very, very active, and we appreciated that. Thank you very much for that. And finally, they demonstrated the commitment to staying updated with advancement in educational technology and online teaching. So then we congratulated them on that, and we were happy to be part of this journey. So that's all about week number 5. So I think it is time for Miguel to close.
I'm here. I can close.
Oh, sorry, Gracia, I didn't see you. Hi, yeah, it is short. Gracia was the okay.
So like other sessions, we also gave away badges for the work of the week. And if all participants had their 5 badges, then they would get their certificate. I liked the design. I like that we have 2 wonderful designers in our moderating team, Mary and Marisa. And they did wonderful work, not only with our logo, but with our badges as well. So in the next slide, you will see our main takeaways for this second iteration of this session is that shifting our work to that collaborative Padlet that we shared with you really made a difference in the complexity that it meant having, like the first time we had individual portfolios. This diminished that complexity, and it made it, like Mary was saying, more of a community and the teachers working together on that end product. So we really liked having that portfolio being a collaborative one and doing it through Padlet. The recordings of the live sessions continue to be something that the participants looked forward to, even if they had attended the live session. And the feedback was very positive. Like Miguel said at the beginning, we were even compared with Kaizen, which is like very good. And it was very engaging. And like all the team has said, everybody went above and beyond. So we were all engaged, participants and moderators. We were reflective at the end of the process of the
accommodations, and Nelly mentioned this in one of her sessions, the necessity to be flexible many times because of either technology connections or because of situations of crisis and conflict in many of the countries where our participants are logging from. So that's something to consider for 2025. And finally, in the next, the one before, are looking to the future. We will continue to revise our session. We are already reflecting about it. We're going to prepare for EVO 2025. We're going to revise our best practices and continue to incorporate other things, maybe podcasts and videos. Explore more apps, especially those that support the teachers, because those got a lot of very positive feedback. Those that make the workload of teachers easier, those got very good feedback. And continue advocating for teachers to integrate technology into the classroom and to use the technology to their advantage and to the learners' advantages. And then finally, we invite you to follow EVO everywhere: YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, the web. And we are ready for questions and answers if you have any. But before we go into questions and answers, I just want to say kudos to this wonderful moderating team. They are awesome. As lead moderator, they do all the work, I can tell you. So thank you to this wonderful group for being amazing, and for the participants for engaging in the session that we prepared. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Grazia, and team. The whole team is there. This is great. It sounds like and looks like a wonderful session, and I've always wanted to take it, but have been a little preoccupied with my own session, so I don't know if it'll ever work, but thank you very much. Questions from the audience?
I had to say that you guys rock. Woo-hoo.
They are amazing, Doris. I can tell you that. It's really great working with them. I think Ruben has a question. He has his hand.
Yes, thank you. Well, first of all, congratulations to all the team, yes, for the great session, yes, that you have explained very well. So congratulations, and I'm sure our teachers have benefited from it. And my question is mainly about, well, something, a topic that is hot nowadays, which is artificial intelligence, yes? Because we teachers are learning about it, and also we are wondering or questioning how to implement the artificial intelligence apps in our classes, yes? I think it's turns the tables, yeah? But my question specifically is if you have any projects or tasks or ideas from teachers, participants, in relation to not only for using artificial intelligence, like I think is Magic School, one of them, to plan their classes, but if they also reflected on how to use artificial intelligence with their students. Probably this would be a next stage, but my question is basically that if they resort to artificial intelligence for planning or for developing tasks, and or also if they teach them in some way to if they use artificial intelligence with the students as well.
So participants had different ways in which they implemented the tools, especially those artificial intelligence ones. The ones that were more popular were those that were supporting the teachers in creating simple lesson plans, adapting lesson plans, and things like that. Like you were saying, Magic Schools and EduAid. And I'm going to let Mary say something about that in a moment. But in the Padlet, you can read a little bit more about the reflections, and you can read a little bit more about the different applications they had, because we had participants from different countries, like you saw at the beginning, and they each have a very particular context in how they use AI, or sometimes the policies and the guidelines from the countries to use AIs, and the institutions have different policies and guidelines. So it usually depends on that. But you can take a look at the Padlet and get a little bit more of insights on their reflections. And I'm going to let Mary talk a little bit about Magic School and EduAid.
Okay, thank you, Gracias. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, it was very interesting to work with AI. I mean, the whole week, and I think it was the same for everybody. But at the end, regarding your question, I mean, everybody at the end said that, I mean, AI is very useful and it is the future of English learning and teaching. The thing is that we need to know, we need to remember to remind us that this is only like an outline. Everything that they give us is something that we work. I mean, we have it like an outline and we work on it to refine it. It's not everything. I mean, they are not perfect. Okay. They are not perfect tools, but they help us a lot to save time. Okay. And if we have a lesson plan, maybe, I mean, check the lesson plan. It looks very good, but we as teachers, we are the specialists there, and we need to change, to make the changes and arrange it to use it with our particular group of students, to adapt it to the needs of our particular group of students. Remember that they create lesson plans, we can create rubrics, we can create as many things as we have with Magic School and many others, because I mean, the others that we presented on that week were just great. But I mean, we are the teachers, we are the specialists, and we are the ones who really design the final project, the final activity, or the final tool, that resource that we're going to use with our students. So I mean, I think all the teachers or participants in the session knew that it was only a help. I mean, to assist us, but not to substitute the teacher. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
There was another question in the chat about holding the sessions or keeping the session, enrolling in the sessions now. That would not make sense because, I mean, even if the courses are open, and some of them are, there would not be anybody to answer questions or to help you walk through the course the way it works when the course is actually held. So I don't think that would make much sense. So most of these courses I think are going to appear again next year in a revised format. So sign up for them and make a note in your calendar for next January and February to take some of these courses.
Can we stop the screen sharing for a photo of today?
Well, I also wanted to thank everyone for being here today, and most of you stuck it out for the entire time. That was quite an accomplishment, I think. So thank you very much for being here. And to our EVO moderators, lead moderators, and co-moderators, amazing work. That's all I could say. It's just such an incredible pleasure to see all the work that has gone into these sessions and the passion that you all display in delivering the sessions. It's wonderful. And it keeps me going, just like Nellie says. It's something we look forward to every year.
And we work on throughout the year.
Yes, and that's another reason we really can't do it any other time. It takes 1 year to get everything ready, and our assistant EVO coordinators that come in, this year it was Zainab and Grazia, they can attest to the fact that it takes a year to get through the entire process with the proposals. And then what I think is really the heart of EVO, beside the sessions, yes, but the moderator professional development is where I think we train the teachers well to deliver online courses. So, but it takes a year, sorry. Okay, we're ready for the picture.
Yes.
You want us to do anything, Nellie?
Pardon? Do you? Well, you can smile.
Yeah, besides
you
smile.
can put your hearts
Okay, I'll take my
know.
glasses
Okay,
off. for
well,
one
there
thing.
are some cameras off. Yeah, still some cameras off.
Yeah, you can turn on your cameras. We'd
Turn on your
love to see you
camera.
for the
So
photo.
we're about to go. So
Wait a minute,
go.
should we
1,
stop the streaming for
2,
this? Okay.
3. There we go. Say cheese. Okay. That was one. Okay, let's take another one because there are two. Okay, I am saving those pictures. So 1,
Okay.
2, 3. Here we go. Say cheese. There we go.
Okay.
Smile.
There's only one for me, Doris, if you want. Oh, is someone else there? Eva. Oh, did someone add themselves? Oh, okay. Okay, people are coming up. Okay, so let's do another one. Smile. No, I'm not smiling there. Okay, there we go. My mouth is open, so I should do another one.
Here we go. Remember that tomorrow there is another date here, you know?
Ah,
So
Yeah, but tomorrow is shorter.
Yes.
we'll
It's
continue
shorter.
dancing tango tomorrow.
In Second Life. Yeah, they're, oh my gosh.
9 o'clock again tomorrow morning.
Yeah. There are 4 sessions tomorrow.
So
it
it'll
should-
be shorter.
just
We'll
2
be done
hours,
by
right?
11. Yep.
Yeah, so 2 hours tomorrow. Please join us
Yeah.
for more.
And we have some more good sessions lined up tomorrow. So please come back.
And the video recording is available somewhere.
Yes, somebody asked about that, Nellie.
Yeah, I had it on my mouse and it's gone. So let me add it in the chat.
In the chat, okay.
Yeah, there we go. And you can also get it from the Zoom meeting. It's
Yeah.
there on the top left. Okay, so there it is. You can also save the copy of the chat and get everything else.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you
See
very
you
much,
tomorrow.
everyone.
You've been
We'll
wonderful,
see you.
audience.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Kisses, kisses, kisses,
Yeah,
kisses.
kisses.